All right. So we are live over on YouTube. Here's the link for anyone that wants to throw alert. No worries if not. Don't feel obligated. I just realized I'm not lurking anybody on Twitch here, so I should do that. Damn, Coding Garden. Hell yeah. Did he get the Prime raid? That would be my guess. Or at least like a chain from Prime. Oh, Pirate Software is hosting a game jam. Oh, cool. I didn't know that. That's awesome. Man, there's a bunch of people streaming. It's hard to pick. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna lurk Soy Pete. I haven't lurked Soy Pete in a while. Yeah. A few big ones? Yeah. It's awesome. Like when people really spread it around, it's super cool. Yeah, and it's good, easy content. Like hosting a jam is a great move. I remember when Lana Lux hosted a jam, and that was awesome too. A lot of people just got out there and made some games. All right, so yeah, audio element stuff. The place that we left off yesterday, right? I want to try and upload the JFK wave because for some reason I think the fetch is messing it up, and I don't know what I'm doing wrong with that, but it's definitely not the right size compared to the uploaded version from like the actual demo project. So there's something going on there that we can definitely like try and figure out. I think the best move would be to just have an upload field. Fuel. All right, so this file, we're doing on change. I know there's a somewhat easy way to do this. Let's just grab some of their logic here. Yep. So that's our event for that. I've got my window closed more than I normally like, so I wanted to check on my CO2 there. We're at 640 right now, which is fine. We're typically around like 500-ish. So it's a little more than it should be in here, but I think we're good. Okay, so Yeah, let's just autocomplete that. Sure. So after this part, what are we doing here? Right, they create the file reader stuff. They do all that junk. And then they set the audio. We don't need to set the audio. So the main bit is really this. And I don't care about making this all like perfect, pretty code because this is a heck just to see what we're doing wrong. Where is that audio context from? Oh, I remember where it's from. Yeah. So if we don't have a context, we'll just go create it. We're doing this inside of our hook. But we can just do this here. And a bunch of these, I think channel count might be fine. Nope. Okay, so it's just sample rate, basically. We're not using that event, which is fine. Reader.result right here. We can just do that. And we can actually do this too. If no reader.result, just fail. So then from here, we're not using the rendered buffer, but we do get one out of it, and we just want to do something like the whisper part that we were doing here. Now, is this an array buffer? It's an audio buffer. All right, so we'll just log out the result there. So once we've done an upload here, right, and it's basically just gutting and using what they had in the other thing, I just want to make sure that we can get that audio into the app. We're going to load it over on the dev machine, because that's the only thing I have a microphone for right now, which is fun. And yeah, we're going to give this a shot. So give me a second. Let me show this screen. Oh, and our ngrok is most likely crashed. Let's just restart it and see. Yep. I should most likely update. But we're fine. All right, so let me pop this open. All right, and now I can show that. Yeah, okay, so there it is. We should have a... Oh, we won't have a model downloaded. We'll just download this one fresh, right? Because our local storage changed up. And that's why it would be nice to maybe just keep the domain consistent. Which we can do, because I think I pay for ngrok. Pretty sure I'm paying for ngrok right now. It's like $5 a month. All right, so yep, we'll create a book. Add a chapter. That bug's always interesting. Yeah, we did this. Definitely want to fix the state there a little bit. We'll do that here in a bit. That's a user experience improvement, though. It's a little different from what I'm trying to get tested here. So now, let's do inspect element. Let's choose a file. I choose you. Does that not call this? Okay. So, here's one thing. I'm not sure if we got to any of this. So, we need some logs to know how far we actually got. File uploaded. Cool. From here, context created, creating reader. Are you getting that with Mantine as well? I wasn't sure if that was something else I was doing. You most likely just need a suspense barrier somewhere. And yeah, that's more of like a, not even a Mantine thing. So if you're trying to search for a fix for it, it's not even done. Oh, with my app. Yeah, that's, I don't think that's actually Mantine doing that. I think it's more the way that we're wiring up some things that do suspend, which I'm not worried about right now. All you got to do is just refresh that page. You're probably getting that happening when I'm pushing updates, right? So it might even be related to how Veet is serving some of this stuff up. Oh yeah, we just saw it here on stream. In a rendered application, it's unlikely we'll see that error. Mainly because we don't care if the user sees a loading indicator. But I believe that's actually just part of like the Vite watch stuff. That stuff is actually suspending, I think. But I don't know for sure. I don't remember getting that before on Vite made projects, so it's probably some other thing. It's one of the libraries I'm using or whatever. I don't know. Does not matter that much though. Okay, so I need to refresh this page. So we get to context created, creating reader. Reader.onload, and yeah, I'm missing a step. Yep, that's why that would fail. Because I didn't go past the onload function, which is where that part happens. Yep, that makes sense. Forgot a step. Alright, so let's show this display again. So we do see result 0. We get through all this. I just want to make sure that we don't actually get a result from Whisper here after the expected amount of time. We do see the exact correct size of this thing as far as like the amount of samples and some of that stuff. Yeah, previously our float array wasn't the right size. So we were messing something up when we were fetching it. But that is not actually our issue because we're not getting the result from the transcription. So our issues are twofold, right? We have confirmed that our first issue is that the recorded audio that we're getting is not the entire audio that I'm trying to record. So we're only getting like chunks, like snippets. And I believe that is related to somehow the way that I am concatenating these chunks. We'll have to look at that and figure out why. My guess is that it has something to do with use microphone being called too often and, you know, these functions not being stable. Oh, and, yep, gotta hide it again. Okay, so, yeah. I believe this, like, use microphone hook is just wrong. I probably want to call it, right? Change it from use microphone into just something that runs once as a use effect inside of our component. I think that's the move there. So that'll probably fix our recording issue. But that doesn't fix the fact that we're still not getting any result out of Whisper. And that is also my fault, but I'm not sure what is going on there. So that's a good question. Let's go double check. Basically, what we end up doing is in the main index.html, we have this chunk that is setting up our print and print error. So they're both going to the same place. So both of these should be working. This is basically how they're doing it in the demo on the Whisper site as well, right? Except instead of console.log, they're doing print text area, because print text area goes out to the console as well as to their like little, faux terminal window, right? So theoretically, this should be fine. Now, one thing we could do to make sure that this is actually doing what we expected. Let me double check something. How often do we see those JS logs? This could be part of it. I don't see a single one of these like status logs. Which means that, yeah, this might not be getting wired up properly anyway. So there's another way we can do this. I think we want to do regular functions. Because we shouldn't be depending on this logic. Oh, Mac Mini is running real slow right now. We are debugging what we're doing. If you're ever curious, I typically create a today command. So, right, the title and then my today command should give you most of the context in the future. It's your first chat, so, you might not be aware that we even have that command. Now you are. All right, so I want to see if these two are actually taking effect. So let's show that again. Let's clear that junk out. Yep, no worries. We choose a file. We open that. We do see custom print. Yep. We see custom print error for a bunch of like the basic data, right? Loading model, a bunch of that stuff. If you do !song, you can get the current link. And here we see system info, Whisper init state, Whisper model load, right? Custom print does an empty line for other things. And then, yeah, we get result 0, which is what we end up getting from previous things too, right? So even over in this one, when we look at the whole thing, yeah, we're not getting any of the timings. We're also not getting any of the log output here. But JS full default returned 0, that is basically our return 0 that we're calling. So we are getting the return value, the same as them, but we're not getting anything else after that. But we're not getting any errors. We're not getting any, like, you know, any major issues with that. So the issue is something inside of Whisper. And we're just not getting past a certain point in Whisper, but we don't know where. I'm glad we're at least getting this stuff firing, though. Because if that wasn't firing, we'd have way bigger problems. But we'd have at least an idea of what's going wrong. So, yeah, double-edged sword. Alright, so let's try and fire that up again. Load up base, choose our file, and all I did was add another log statement to the monitor run dependencies hook. Which I never see called. Interesting. Okay. All right, so yeah, we can hide this again. So yeah, and thank you for trying to help troubleshoot. I really do appreciate you letting me know what you're seeing and trying to debug with me. So yeah, thank you, The Bread. Real quick, let me shout out some more follows that I missed. So Den logging off. I like that last name. That's solid. And then Toro and Dave. Thank you all for the follows. Welcome. That was like an hour ago, so my bad. Didn't mean to leave you hanging. And real quick, just a little bit more updates for people that weren't here at the very start. I got some good feedback. Moving on to the next steps with the one that I feel like I didn't do quite as well. Right? But the previous like 2 interviews were really good with. So yeah, right? My previous results probably carried me through the 3rd one that I feel like I didn't do quite as well. So yeah, continuing on with that, there's like the final steps basically, which is nice. And then there's another one, which is for dev advocacy, which is going to be interesting. So I'm kind of like really interested in that one just because I'd be able to stream most of the job, building projects, etc. It would be for the Solana ecosystem. Theoretically. And, you know, I only did like a brief 30-minute intro, like, let's see if it's even remotely a fit kind of call. But they want to do another, and I got that one scheduled for next week. So that'll be interesting. And yes, that means I need to learn a lot about Solana. Like, in the next, like, 4 days. But yeah. Yeah, dev advocacy for Solana stuff would be really cool. Yeah, it'd be fun to just, like, build projects around that. Write blog posts, go give presentations and talks about it. That'd be great. Most likely build some kind of, like, dev tools and stuff like that. Yeah. So I don't know. I'm pretty pumped. Pretty happy about it. Got a couple denials, right? Or, like, you know, some stuff there today as well. So yes, I'm not going to be doing dev advocate stuff for Datadog, which is fine. I gave it the old college try. Would have been cool. It would have been, like, based on, like, serverless stuff, which would have been really cool. But yeah, pretty happy about it. Process is moving forward. Let's make a lemonade, because it is Friday, right? Nice solid Friday. Do just a quick and easy rinse of this glass. Yeah, can't win them all. I mean, that's like my common case for dev advocate roles, right? Because I don't have any official experience doing it. Now, technically, what I do here on stream is basically what I consider a big portion of the job, so, you know, just a shame that some people don't even consider that, but it's all right. It's fine. I think I know enough good people, like really solid DevRel and dev advocacy like engineers that, yeah, I can be like up and running and really productive pretty quick, especially because I already do what, I don't know, I consider the harder part, right? Getting up and talking in front of people at meetups and conferences, streaming, building in public, right? Those are actually really hard for a lot of people. So, yeah, pretty pumped on it. I think I will be an asset to whoever gives me a shot as a DevRel. But yeah, lemonade time. And yes, we're not seeing this monitor run dependencies. I kind of want to see where that even happens, right? Like, where is that? What is it supposed to do? So that's going to be our next step in trying to debug what we got going on. Now, the big thing is I want to see how it's being used in Whisper.cpp's actual like implementation, not my wrapper around it, because we've already determined I've got some issues in my wrapper. But let's go figure it out. Okay, so here it is. You can see most of it. Main.js over here in the demo. That's the main place it's being called, right? All of these like lib whisper, lib talk, lib stream, lib whatever, they're actually just like pretty much the same file. I'm not sure why they get output separately, but I'm sure there's a reason why it was just easier, so whatever. Yeah, I don't see anything majorly different in any of these. Wait, so what do you mean by that? Like why there's a lib whisper and a lib talk and a lib whatever? Or are you saying why we see 4 instances of it in each file? Duplicates output in the logs? I don't think I said that. No, I don't see any duplicates. Nope. Yeah, nothing's getting duplicated in the logs. I think you must have just been like not paying as much attention. Yeah, what I was talking about is the fact that we have multiples of these. So lib bench, lib command, lib main, lib stream, lib talk, lib whisper, right? All of these like seemingly redundant files here are basically just separate like individual demos. And that's why we're seeing a lot of this duplication. There was one file in which we formatted this whole thing, and that'll probably be easier to look at all this stuff. Main copy, right here. Yeah. Okay. So, add run dependency, remove run dependency. Got it. That is... Right, it's obvious why that's not being called, because it's just not something we need. But what if we were to do this? So this is where the streams get created. So yeah, standard in, standard out, standard error. Okay, so hold on. This init maybe there's something I'm not passing to init right here. And that would be happening up in our state file. So module.init calls this with whisper.bin. That's theoretically the input. I'm not sure this is the right thing. I'm okay with that any right there, though. So if I refresh over here, and I should show y'all. I just want to, like, test it real quick. If we choose a file, we choose you. Okay, so function init called with 2 arguments, expected 1. So this is not the init I was thinking of. That is a different method. Okay. So then back to main copy. Let's keep looking through these. We could overwrite standard out. On exit, I don't think we care. Main script URL or blob. pthread. Invoke entry point. Yep, okay. So we do call one of these somewhere. I forget where, but that shouldn't be a big deal. What we're basically looking for now are hooks that we could hook into in that initial, like, thing that we're creating that has, like, the print and print error. And I want to see if there's maybe just some other thing that we could listen for. A lot of these seem private. And yeah, the assembly stuff is gnarly. See, anything with underscores or ASM is probably not related to anything we want. But stack save, stack restore. Those could be something. I'm not sure we care yet. Let's just keep looking through. Ooh, this looks like almost the whole API right here. Yeah, it looks like print and print error are really all we're looking for. Does look like we could do an on runtime initialized. And yeah, so set status did not get called either. Oh. All right, so we see, oh, I see. So at the very beginning, at the top, we do see monitor run dependencies called, right, with a 1 then a 0. Then we see status running and an empty space. So that makes sense. It's possible they would typically yell at us about it. And damn it, I forgot to hide this again. I'm sorry, everyone. I keep forgetting that. When we look at it, though, we see custom print. We don't see any status stuff besides, like, the opening stage of things, right? So, this status function, it's pretty much just for setup. Same with monitor run dependencies. So that's nothing too crazy. Right? So I'm not even worried about on runtime initialized even. We do see do run actually. Let's add something for that. All right, so we saw on runtime initialized way up top right after running. So I don't think that's going to be an issue. And there you go. You can see it right up here. So on runtime initialized, totally fine. And it's firing as we expect. Let's keep looking. I don't think pre-init's going to be anything worth looking at. So then we go back to the top. There's a locate file function. Inspect. Print error. I don't think any of those are worthwhile yet. We could do a pre-run function. I think pre-run runs in the other, like, at this, like, startup. So I don't think that's the issue there either. This is where we get to post-run. Ooh. Let's add a post-run hook. Oh, interesting. So post-run fires at the start. So let me show that. Post-run fires up here, after on runtime initialized, after the running status. We see post run, and it gives us everything. Interesting. Oh, so this is good. Yeah, so I don't even need to do this because we could actually see those over here. Okay, so this is good, right? This helps us actually like look at what's available on this object without having to comb through the entire thing with our find. So I like that. Init only takes one arg. Yep. Which I find interesting, because we definitely saw some type of invocation of init with more than one, but it was a different init, I think. Right, post run is a list of functions that get called. Because we called our hook for post run already, it got popped, and now post run is empty. That makes sense too. Okay. We do see standard error, standard in, and standard out. Do we think those are functions? So standard error, standard in, and standard out. We don't see any call to those yet. So let me look over here. Interesting. So we do see oh man, we do see stuff logged to standard error, standard in, and standard out. Oh. Oh. Okay. I don't actually see standard in anywhere. We do see standard error, though. Like a lot. Okay, so what I'm going to do... Is there a quick and easy, like, debounce snippet? Gist? How about that? I want it as simple as possible because I just don't care. Oh, and we do want standard out. I don't think we want standard in. I don't think we care about standard in. All right, so we've got those. Debounced print. Right, we're gonna create a wrapper. This is gonna be R. Oh, and we don't do that. We know, because yeah, right. This is inside of just regular JS, so we don't need types. So debounced print. Right, and this print is then going to take the entire array of numbers how do we generate something from a character code? JS from character code. Char code. String dot from, I think it's from character code. We'll find out. Could have just passed that directly. And cool. So now what we want to do is const debounced print, and now we don't want to do print error. It would just be debounced print of standard we want this to be a R getter. Const R is equal to R getter. And we should be good there. So then our getter here is just something like std error. We're going to say debounced log. Oh, and hold on. We want out. Oh, and yeah, we want this to be print error. Okay, so we've got these two debounced things. From there, we want to do something as simple as this. std in.push args debounced, and actually for standard in, we don't care, right? But let's just do debounced print. Oh, and hold on. We might not have needed this, but I think it's just easier that way. Yeah, I think I messed up in how we did some of this, but it's fine. We may not have needed the getter. I don't think we needed the getter. Oh, and I have these backwards. Oh. Okay, so let's show what we got over here. Oh, but you know what? I messed up. No, we can't do that yet. I forgot to pass the timer. I want to say after, let's say 3 seconds. All right, so that would be our wait. We're gonna have a label on it too. Oh, and wait. Yeah, we're doing this right. So the function we return doesn't actually take anything. So we don't need that. That's why I was thinking I did something totally wrong. All right, so yeah, debounced print error. Let's see what we got there. All right, so we got this loaded. We clear it so it's easier to read. We upload a file. We see whisper init from file no state. Oh, air brakes. And yeah, what up, Goat Meal? How you doing? All right, so standard error was empty right there. Then standard out, we see basically, okay. LowEverettQuestion.com, nice. Yeah, so here's the problem. This is exactly what got passed to our print and print error messages anyway. So it's not that like print and print error aren't in the right places. It's that we're just not getting past this point for some reason. Because this is the same thing that they're doing to print stuff out, I bet. All right, so if we were to do a from char code inside of main copy here, and hold on, let's hide it. Right, int array to string, they're doing that stuff. That could have been way cleaner, but whatever. UTF-32 to string. So there's a lot of calls to from character code. They're looking for only ASCII values, because that's all that from char code even does. I guess it supports UTF probably at this point. But okay. So we didn't really learn anything. We got the same exact log values. We're just not getting past where we expected to. So module only gets called twice. Where am I calling create data file? I'm not. I'm not? Oh, I am. I am. Yeah, so model is a uint8 array. And that is getting called here in snippet. Oh. No, that would be happening over in our mobile. That's right. So current model. We then do that. We set current model. Wait, do we? Use model data here. Right. Okay. So this is if we have the value in indexed DB. And we're definitely getting to that, right? Is already in. So we get to here, loading false, loading progress 100, set current model to local file request.result. And I think we'd have an error for this no matter what. And hey, what's up, Productive Time? How you doing? If we cancel the loading, then we, nullify the model. And we return. And I'm doing well. How about you? Yeah, we can assume that that's working fine. And then this is just a dependency on that use effect. So I think the model stuff should be good. Weather's a bit bleh. It's kind of like almost sunny here, but it's just cold. I didn't actually look to see if we got any snow. Hold on, I call this, right, we load the model, and yeah, all that looks fine. Loading model base, data, yeah, all that stuff's good. All right, well. So it's definitely not the way that we're setting the model. Our standard in, standard error, standard out stuff is definitely not necessary and definitely breaking some other things, so that's a problem. Yeah, so the fact that we were even seeing print and print error get run, let's go look at all the places where print gets run. See it in two places. Oh, because out is a function. Right. So out gets called in 5 places. We see fsync, putchar, this is for some GET request stuff. Which is very strange. Creating DB. I don't know if we even see any of that because the database is already created. So that wouldn't be it. This is where the threading stuff happens? Okay. This happens just, yep, in load WASM module to worker. TTY is called in a lot of places. Interesting. Okay. So do we see TTY in this post run? No. So we don't get access to that directly. Yeah, I'm at a loss. I'm not sure what the bug here is. Right, and as I look over at the output from this machine, right, let's show this again, just to be sure. We choose a file, and we open it, and we see custom print get called with all this stuff. So we get the system info like we were looking. It says that it is processing, and it's at the operator call. We don't see operator in here anywhere. I feel like I did see operator when we were crawling the source code, though. Oh, we don't. We don't see it in the worker at all either. And because the WASM is... Wait, maybe this is part of it. Maybe we haven't loaded libmain.worker. I feel like we're getting into the WASM, though. So the worker must be getting loaded, right? Okay, so we end up seeing locate file. Okay, so here's my next thought. We're going to make that main dash copy, and then we're going to fiddle with it a bit. But we need to make sure we import the file in the right place. So then here, this is main dash copy. Right, so that would like fail out and throw for most of what we're doing. All right, we may have to turn off power mode. It is slowing things down. All right, let's look over here and see if we see that log anywhere. Okay, so looking at the top, we don't see any of the worker calls. Ellen Bay, this is not a TS config file at all. This is generated code that we reformatted so we can fiddle with it. It's like complaining that your binary is hard to read. Who cares? Like, I don't care. You care about a readable binary file? I don't think you do. I think you're just BSing us, and it's a little annoying. All right, so we do see the call to allocating worker and worker being pushed. So that happens as we push this thing. Okay. My guess is that something's actually happening in this worker. But it's not throwing for some reason. We do see a lot of try-catch. Yeah, I don't think we're going to end up seeing that anywhere. Now here's the thing, threads can totally log to DevTools without any special concerns, right? So if this were crashing, we would have seen it. So yeah, I don't think that's a problem. So yeah, for everyone who's not aware, I just added this console log right here, just to see. So the thread is not crashing on us. Oh, let's hide that now. Yeah, next thing you know, you're going to be upset that this WASM's unreadable too. Like, just kind of annoying there, Ellen Day. Ooh, and I missed a follow. Ron. Ooh, that was like an hour ago. Man, I am slow on the responses. I think that's because we have... I don't know. Yeah. Now our Muxie replacement should have notified us. I probably just missed it. That's my bad. Whisper is that thing. Whisper is the package. Recording, that part's easy, theoretically. Speech to text, that's Whisper's job. Anything else goes out to other people's servers or requires API keys. Whisper is WASM that runs right in your browser. So the key is, this works. We know this works. So their demo is good. We also have our own demo that we wrapped into a Chrome project, or into a React project, and that works. Actually, no. Hold on. We do have a demo page. Yeah, we did get the React demo working with uploaded data. So maybe that's the next step. Let's debug and look through and see what's happening there. So chatting. Right now, we're not necessarily caring about the recording because we can just upload a file and do it that way. So if we go here, base, okay. And actually, I can be doing that on this machine. So that's a good point. Yeah, because we're doing the file upload, I don't need to keep switching over to this other machine. So that's good. We don't even necessarily need to be using ngrok for the local. But we shouldn't need to download this anymore either. Yeah, we're fine with that. Yeah, so we're going around the record audio step, right? Because it doesn't matter if we get the audio recording working properly, which I think is probably a pretty simple fix. That doesn't matter until we can get the file upload version of things working. And that should be pretty easy. But we're getting the same results here. We're just not getting past what we expected. Now, the main reason I wanted to do it over on the stream machine is also not just because of the microphone being there and not here. It runs way quicker. Like, way quicker. Oh, and that's a big part of it. We only have 4 threads on this machine. So we're using 4 of 4 threads instead of 8 of the 12 that are available over on the other machine. That's most likely part of why this takes so much longer to run. My guess is also that we just don't have web GPU support because I don't have a GPU in this Mac Mini. So that's the main reason why we're so slow on the Mac Mini. And technically there is most likely a GPU, but it's a very weak one. All right, something has to be displaying what we see. All right, so if we go and look at the Whisper demo again. Web GPU is available if you have a proper GPU. Right? Like, technically, it being available is the only reason why this works at all. But the GPU I have is not very strong because it's a Mac Mini. They don't ship with a dedicated GPU. Right, so we click that, we get to downloading. We choose a file. So the audio is loaded. Crank that down to... Oh, it doesn't show the number. Okay, there it is. 4. Click transcribe. We do get this result everywhere, even in our code. I think last time we looked at it, this right here takes like at least 5 minutes though. On just like this super short 11-second clip. So that's the issue. That's why we've been using the other machine as well. Just in case. Just remember, this is their code. This is the whisper.cpp code. We want to make sure this actually works. right? We've done that before, but I want to verify and show you so that we can really like debug and trace through what we're doing. Oh my god. Dennis, if you're still out there, I'm so sorry for making fun of your name. I thought it was just like a play on words. Like, hey, I'm logging off. Like, I'm sorry, man. That's my bad. Oh, is it? Okay, I thought that... Okay, never mind. I just saw, like, the follow on Twitter. Thank you very much for that. I thought that was, like, your real last name, and I was, like, making fun of your last name. I'm like, oh, no. I'm sorry, man. Oh, that... Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, gotcha. All right, so it does work. It was an intended thing for people to, like, you know, kind of, like, giggle at. Awesome. Glad I wasn't, like, just, you know, making fun of your last name for no reason. So, there we go. I get that now. I like that. That's a good pun. That's solid. We're still waiting for this to process, and I want to see it finish before we move on to verifying some things within our port to React of it. So we're going to verify that. And maybe Badman, as long as it's not offensive. It'd be weird if you had an offensive last name, huh? And yeah, feel free to share your last name if you want there, Badman. You don't have to, though. No big deal. Ooh, this is taking a while. They were not kidding when they said this may take a while. But just remember, it runs pretty quick over on the Stream Machine. So we may go back to running things over on the Stream Machine, just for it to run faster. It's innocent. It's not offensive, though. Okay, sure. Wow, this is taking forever. Let's go do it over here on the dev machine. Actually, yeah, we have the result over on the dev machine. So I'll at least show you that for a sec. Right, so there's the stream machine over here. And we see that it took less than 10 seconds, meaning that it processes faster than the length of the audio, which is actually really good. That means that real time should be theoretically doable on a performant enough machine. That's kind of cool. So now the next step, let's look at this real quick. So if we go to here and go to our demo page, hey, all right, so yeah, we're good there. So, yep, just want to make sure that actually even works. I'm going to head to the demo page on the thing over here. Yeah, I think we could actually just do it real time, though. But that would involve the streaming version of things, which is interesting. That would be Shadowrun on the SNES, right? The soundtrack, the atmosphere. It was my first real, like, major introduction to cyberpunk kind of, like, stuff. Technically, you know, I had seen Blade Runner, of course, but for some reason, Blade Runner didn't strike me as the same kind of, like, dirty future that Shadowrun really, like, emphasizes. Even though they're, like, Shadowrun is absolutely inspired by Blade Runner and a lot of those, like, worlds, right? But yeah, Shadowrun on the SNES. Very different from Shadowrun on the Sega Genesis. Shadowrun on Sega is a completely different game, right? Different city you're in, different characters, different everything. It's kind of crazy. The SNES is a better game. Yeah, that's not even the same game. They just decided to make an FPS and throw the Shadowrun name on it. That doesn't even count. Right, so we see a really interestingly rendered version of this stuff. We're going to load this model, which is base 142. Boom. It loads. We fetch it. It's a bit slow, but it's not a big deal. Yeah, as a huge Shadowrun fan, that game really upset me. Yeah, exactly. It was basically just a, like, if it had been with any other different name, it would have been really good, right? Or not really good, but at least, like, playable. But they messed up by using IP that totally, like, belongs to, like, RPG stuff. And after 10 years of no game, releasing a game that isn't even close to the original stuff is just weird. Is it like Shadow Warrior? No, not at all. Shadowrun is a futuristic dystopian cyberpunk kind of game. But the key difference to the universe and any other cyberpunk style, like, movie or whatever is that it has, like, elves and dwarfs and orcs and, like, fantasy style stuff in the future, right? Which I think Shadowrun basically is the only one that's done that right so far. Right? And the lore and a lot of it around Shadowrun is really good. I used to read, like, all the books and stuff, too. Not all the books. Like, I picked them based on the covers. But yeah, just, like, the universe of Shadowrun is really, really good. And, right, the idea of a Shadowrunner, like, honestly, if they had released just a modern, proper Shadowrun game, following that up with, like, the team-based, like, goal-based first-person shooter combat would have actually worked. That would have been great. But you can't go 10 years and then try and reinvent an IP, right? You got to be somewhat traditional and then reinvent it. It could have easily been just Shadowrun : something, right? And then bam, yeah, right? Yeah, just make it like an Overwatch competitor or whatever. Cool, no problem. Easy. It was before Overwatch, technically. I think the big problem they had was it wasn't free to play. If it had been a free to play game, like Overwatch, might be a totally different story. Wait, was Overwatch free actually? I don't think it was, huh? Never mind, I'm wrong. Never mind, Overwatch wasn't free to play. I'm surprised Overwatch succeeded. It only worked because Blizzard made it. They had all the hype from WoW. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, good call. Yeah, it wasn't free. Overwatch 2 is the free one, right? Yeah, good call. Never mind. They were just riding, like Blizzard was riding their coattails and invested way more into marketing. I'd be curious to know how much money Blizzard spent on marketing Overwatch before it came out. Because it was the biggest booth at PAX, when I went to PAX, the only time I've done it. It was like the absolute biggest booth, all of the hype, all of like the marketing materials, all that stuff. It was Overwatch stuff. Which is interesting. And what's up, Fried Chicken? How you doing? But yeah, right? Exactly, Rumple. Like, it basically was like a pre-Overwatch game, which is interesting. All right, so what we're looking at now is we're trying to process this audio wave file. We should see a result here soon, and it shouldn't be more than like 10 or 11 seconds. It should be pretty quick. There was actually supposed to be PvE in Overwatch? I don't remember any of that. Hold up. This might be our issue? This one's not succeeding either? Oh. Well, okay then. Never mind. We have something fundamentally broken. Yeah, we have something majorly fundamentally broken about how this data gets processed. Huh. All right, well, I know we had this part working. We had that working at one point. Now that it's not, I am incredibly confused here. It did work on my machine, man. Come on, Paul. Don't do me like that. No, you're totally right. Let's give it some time, but I think that's actually our issue. So hold on, let me try this. We're gonna load the tiny.en, sure. We loaded that. We'll choose a file. That's the JFK wave. So I'm gonna hide the stream machine's output, and we're back on my dev machine's output. think this is exactly our issue. So what did I break? Oh, and here, we got to run that one. Oh, failed to initialize Whisper on this one. Let's just try and refresh that. Because we didn't see failed to initialize Whisper over on the other thing. But yeah, how you doing, Harry? What you up to there, Winnie? Let's try the tiny one. That's what we did with the refresh just now. So we're going to find out. We'll see. It's going well. How about you? Yeah, we should be seeing way more CPU cycles being chewed up by that. So let's go refresh over here. This one completed, which is nice. We transcribe that, and we should see some cycles being chewed up. Yeah, immediately, 94.5. So it's breaking in the handoff. And yeah, at 474 seconds, this is a long process on this poor Mac Mini. I wonder if we're wasting a bunch of time thrashing too, because I don't see it consuming more than 154%, right? So that's just 1.5 CPUs. No, WASM is WebAssembly. It's basically binary in the browser. So you can compile from C++ or Rust or Go or any systems level language and run that code in the browser, theoretically. Not all code can do that, though. Yeah, no worries, Winnie. So yeah, we see that we are taking up CPU cycles with the original code, but for some reason we're not actually able to make that happen. All right, so we'll fetch the model again. We're going to choose the file. I want to see what happens if I crank it down to 1 as well. Threads 1 of 4. Do we get limited to 1 CPU? Looks like we do. Yep, perfect. Or one core, I should say. I'm curious if this ends up running faster for some reason. It does. Oh my god. That's crazy. Holy. Oh, wow. Okay. That's kind of insane to me. So we're going to want users to be able to configure how many threads we want it to use. And we could even warn the user at some point, hey, that last encoding took way too long. You may be thrashing and trying to use more threads than are actually available. Right? Because that was the issue. We were trying to use 4 threads, and all 4 threads were competing for basically only 2 cores of the CPU. And it makes sense because there's most likely just a Core 2 Duo inside of this Mac Mini, right? Why it thinks it has 4 threads is interesting. But yeah, wow, that happens so much faster. That is crazy. All right, so what we've established is we can speed things up a bit so we can actually just do dev here. Hyper-threading is most likely the issue, but hyper-threading is, like, I've never seen hyper-threading cause that much, like, thrashing or whatever to where, like, it massively slows everything down. But it makes sense when it's having to, like, do all that stuff. I think that's a huge part of it there, chatting. Yes. I think that's absolutely part of it. If I crank this over to 2, and we try again. Oh, and we can't run twice. We get the blocking on the main thread issue again. All right, cool. It allowed us to refresh at least. So let's try this one more again. One more again. Because you have enough threads to actually use it, right? Because it's not an old enough CPU that doesn't actually have proper threading. If I crank this down to 2, I want to see if we get a little bit faster. Or if we're still actually thrashing a bit. Because all we're ever going to see as a maximum is 150% of CPU. But by having no, like, wiggle room, no, it's faster. Okay. The moment I go to 4, though, right, we got to refresh. So it was 18 seconds on this Mac Mini, which is pretty good. We were seeing almost 10 minutes when we left it here at 8. If I put it to 4... Oh, yeah. Yeah, we gotta do this part. Right, we should see this happen in 30 seconds. Yeah, I believe 3 would even slow it down, like, massively. I think so. And I really think it's just a flaw of the specific chip that we have in this Mac Mini. More modern CPUs should be able to handle extra threads probably better. We see 20 threads at the reporting level, which is interesting. So Chrome's doing its own like cooperative, like multi-threading stuff anyway. Ew, this is just so slow. So we're gonna refresh. I wanna see what 3 does. Because no matter what, when we look at this, we're never going to get above 150% CPU. Because there's other things chewing up some of that headroom. And because the other things maybe even have higher priority. Right? It causes us to have a bunch of idle wake-ups, I think. Now, there aren't that many idle wake-ups on this one. So that might be an interesting sign. Oh, 183. If I throw it back to 2, I'm curious how quickly the idle wake-ups counter goes up. We've already run longer than we probably should. All right, that's easily been 30 seconds. So let's refresh again. So we see 4 idle wake-ups so far. And it's done, right? So we only ever saw 1 idle wake-up for that entire thing. The idle wake-ups are basically like the thrashing. No. So it's most likely the way that it's most likely something to do with how WASM does the threading part of things. Because if we even look over here, we see that the amount of threads for some of these goes way above 2, but the amount of CPU they can use never goes above that. So it's got to be something to do with just how browsers are allowing WASM to spin up threads. That's my current guess. I don't know for sure. Right? Because threads are somewhat lightweight, right? But it's more about like what WASM considers a thread. It may even have something to do with how the threading is scheduled within the C++ code that Whisper was written in. Right? Maybe it's something to do with how Whisper is actually doing its threading. I'm not positive, but dude, 17 seconds, that's fast. That's real fast. So we can most likely just do a check on the user's machine, like, hey, how long is the audio clip you're running on? How long did it take to render on the first or second try? Or how long has it even been so far? And it's like, hey, we're noticing this is taking way longer than it should. We would recommend lowering the amount of threads. Boom, done. So that would be a nice user experience thing to do. However, this doesn't change the fact that this is their code in my port of their code. We still haven't resolved, and this isn't actually consuming any CPU cycles. So I've got something way off in my port. We had it working. I swear we got a result from it at one point. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we just didn't let it get that far because I saw other results and no errors yet and assumed that it just worked. So it's something to do with the porting process we went through, which is even trickier. Like, oh no. Oh no. But yeah, if we click this, we go look at it. We see no renderer actually spin up and occupy the cores that we're expecting. So that's like the biggest thing to recognize about this. Whatever worker is being spun up is bailing out before it ever gets a chance to run. That is interesting to me. Okay. We see that we allocate the worker and we push the worker and all that stuff. Right? None of these logs look out of place. Right? Those right there, like the unique key and all that junk. Don't care. Not a big deal. All this stuff looks fine too. Oh, here's something interesting. We see end threads right there get printed. If I crank that down to 1, we can hit transcribe. We see number of threads in here is actually 1. Oh. Yeah, maybe. We could check that. Technically, the problem is, when we look at Activity Monitor, we don't see the worker actually active at all in our code that's bailing. So it's dying, like, real quick, right? We just know that automatically. So if we never see the process for the renderer pop up and take up the first slot there, that means that it's not running long enough. Now, this one worked. And what we see is 1 thread, but when I set it over in here, we didn't get only 1 thread. So yeah, we got some major flaws in how we're doing some of this. And I might have just not wired that up, but I think I thought I did. But yeah, this end threads right here is an issue. Right? No matter what I drag the value to, we're only getting, right? It's doing its, like, default stuff. Okay. So I think I have a decent idea of what I want to look at next. And yeah, we want to make sure that we get our demo project working here, right? We want to make sure this part works before we spend any more time doing our web app version of things, because this does most of that stuff for us. So yeah, that's what we'll do. I am going to go close this window. It's getting even colder. I need to use the restroom, and I'm going to pour some more water while I'm at it. What do you mean, am I sure it's not just the file? Like, what are you talking about there? What do you mean by that at all? The audio file we're testing against is the same for both. It's the exact same for both. Yeah, no worries. Just letting you know, right? That's why we have this choose file thing, and that's where we select it. We're selecting the same file every time. All right, let me pour some water in here, and then I'll go use the restroom. Right, exactly. No, so what we're actually concerned with, right, because the file we have verified in both environments, in all three, right? The file is fine. We're getting the right numbers for all of that. The key is when it goes to spin up the worker doesn't seem to persist in our stuff, which means it's bailing out somewhere, but we don't know where. So I'm going to go use the restroom. I'll be right back, and we're going to fiddle with this demo before we fiddle with the part inside of our application. Now, technically, this demo is inside of our application. So it should, like, if we figure out the issue here, it should end up helping us figure out the issue in the app. But I gotta pee here. What up, Krasner? How you doing, Mr. Sir? Oof, maybe it's chilly. I'm gonna turn on the Xbox in here. Just for a little bit of extra heat. I'll probably turn on that heater, I just don't care. Yeah, it's a little chilly out there. I mean, technically, I don't have my apartment's heating system activated whatsoever. $12 degrees where you're at? Yeah, I could look real quick. Take a quick little break. Let's chat just a tiny little bit. Yeah, here in Washington, we're in like a major cold snap. App got rejected by Apple. Oh yeah, that happens. Here's the best part. You can go through fixing a couple things and not everything, and then just see if it makes it through again. Because each reviewer is different. Yeah, so, Owen, when Akavenge says 12, they mean Fahrenheit. So that would be negative something for you. Alright, so it's 19 where I'm at right now, which is still pretty cold. But that would also be negative for you as well, Owen. Yeah. I was thinking about up at Stevens Pass, what the temperature was. Up at Stevens Pass, it's probably like a couple degrees. Ooh, they don't have the temp? They usually have the temp. Why don't they have the temp? Alright, well yeah, they normally have the temperature there. Oh, the low tonight is going to get to negative 12? Ew. That's up at Stevens Pass, not where I'm at right now. It's 2 degrees up at Stevens Pass right now. I'm glad I didn't go ride today. 9 degrees is too cold. How's it going, Dalen? Yeah, that's what Stevens Pass is looking like for tonight. And then it warms back up theoretically on Tuesday, but that's not that warm. They are expecting some snow overnight on Tuesday, though, so I might try and go... Oh, I can't ride Wednesday because I scheduled them... I'm scheduling interviews on just the wrong days. I'm like, oh, man. I'm really messing that one up. I need to look at the forecast before I schedule an interview. That would be a smarter idea. But yeah, by Wednesday, I need to know a lot about Solana and the ecosystem around it. Anyone that considers themselves experienced with Solana, I would like to chat and discuss it. We might even spend Monday or Tuesday fiddling with trying to see what it's like to make a dApp. I've never done it. Yeah, no worries, Krasner. Yeah. If you got any resources I should probably read up on, just send me a quick message with any links. And yeah. If you're going to be around on Sunday, or maybe even like Monday or Tuesday here on stream, that would work. Yeah, I would assume it seems pretty straightforward. But yeah, this is more like, this is for a dev advocate role, so I need to like know about the ecosystem. I need to know about like tools that would be used and some of that, and I should probably understand some of the fundamentals of Solana. Some of that stuff. All right, so that doesn't teach me anything about the ecosystem or how to build an app with it. That just tells me about like the fundamentals, which I can definitely read about and it'll probably help. But yeah, I need to understand more about what tools would be used and some of that. Okay, so interestingly, we've got this tool right here, which is C++ DevTools Support Dwarf. For that to work, though, I think we would need to compile our WASM with certain things turned on. Right, so like we actually need to export our WASM with certain flags, and that's a bit trickier. So I don't want to use or rely upon this browser extension yet. But hold on. Oh my god. What if this is the issue? I just want to verify this now. Oh, and Lapis, thank you for that follow. It's been a while. Yeah, what you been up to? I feel like, oh, I guess today's the first time you've chatted? I don't know why, your name seems familiar. I feel like we've had someone else with the name Lapis, but like maybe a different suffix or something. Oh, there it is. All right. That was weird. Let me just double check this part. So we've got that loaded. We don't see the Chrome helper. So yeah, it's still the issue there. Yep, we see console.error right there. We are not inside of a node environment, so that shouldn't be an issue. We might have to turn off power mode. All right, so from here, what we're trying to do is I just want to make sure we see an error for this, because we should. Can we see this? All right. So if the worker was throwing, right, we don't have any promises that would swallow this stuff. Unhandled rejection might have even been part of it, but I don't think that was it. Yeah, we would get a logged error, right? If any of this were to fail. So I don't think it's our libmain worker. Alright, so the thing we're doing is I just want to try and download this. Alright, we'll do main-dl. And we don't see it get spun up. Yeah, so if that is never consuming cycles, and we have the main-dl, right, the exact main.js they are using, that is extremely strange. Yeah, I'm not sure. But let's do this real quick. So this is the file we care about here. This is where we ported most of their logic. Yes, that's fine. So store fs we don't care about. Load file is probably fine. I think load whisper we got going as well. Where are we passing the thread count? We see new thread set to that. We click transcribe. We see end threads 8. So, what is going on there, man? We know that we're setting new threads fine. It's an Asus, the ProArt series or whatever. No, it's just standard 4K. I think it might even be 1440p instead. None of that stuff matters, man. Pick whatever you want. Don't pick it based on what other people do. So yeah, it's what we're passing to full default here. Okay. Oh, well, that would be part of that. I doubt that's actually our issue. Oh. But we killed that tab. So now we got to go to sources and pause it. Cool, that tab closed. All right, so we're passing threads properly now, at least. Still doesn't give us a long-running process. So, yeah, that is not the fix, but at least we're passing the right thing there. I am actually getting a little curious. Yeah, so we're passing the .current stuff just fine. There's something off here. I don't know what it is, though. I don't know, maybe Owen. So here's another bit. If we load up demo raw, we work, right? Because this is a direct port, right? Pretty much a copy and paste. Oh, 404 not found. Oh, because I need .html or /index.html. So then, yeah, if we go and do this part, right, we'll do tinyen. It's already stored because we're on the domain. Perfect. We choose a file. We go jfk.wave. Crank this down to 2. And we see that work. So yeah, yeah, even in our like copied and pasted stuff, it seems to be okay. I wonder if the order these are getting loaded in is the issue, right? We noticed that main.js has to be loaded after a bunch of these functions have been loaded. We're going to rename some files. Paste those back in over here. It would be very strange to me if this fixes it. So yeah, we'll load up our demo right here. Let's close a couple of these tabs because I am running out. There we go. So yeah, we can do tinyen. That's instant, basically. We load the file. What? We see it. We actually had the process spin up for about as long as we expected. We didn't see any value come out of that, which I find odd. What? Oh my god. Okay. I'm okay with it working. It's just blowing my mind a little bit. Right? Like, what? 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 I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. Because it turns out we just had a bad main.js file or something. So that's expected. Come on. So we see the thread there, which is huge. When it returns, or when it finishes... Oh, shit. No. Because I still have it set to 4 threads. Yeah, because we have that hard-coded. So it's going to take a while. We're going to just kill this process. Yep, reload. So the next part is then... And within about 20 seconds, maybe up to 30, we should see the custom print come back here with what we're looking for. All right. Voila, right? So that actually works. That actually works. All right, so what we end up wanting to do, we'll end up having to use regular expressions to parse out those log messages. How do we want to proxy those back to the app? Because for the most part, when we look at it, custom print right here is the thing that's going to have to do that. And because we're having to wire this up outside of the main React logic, it kind of means that we need to figure out a way to cause reactivity based upon this. So that's not too big a deal. What we end up probably wanting to do is our own, like, event system. We're going to have two event systems, basically. We don't end up needing this. We don't need post-run. But post-run was nice to see, like, what things we had available. We don't need runtime initialized. These two things are a bit meh. Those don't matter. It's really just this one function we care about. And it's going to need to just create an event that we listen for elsewhere. It is definitely going to need a bit of a debounce to group together the entire output and then send that over. I think another thing we might want to do is look for whisper print timings, because that's an indicator that we're done. All right, so let's think about the event system that we need to create for this. There's going to be events that this kind of like fires and deals with. I mean, technically all of these happen at once, right? This right here happens pretty much immediately. By the time we're seeing any of these logs, we know that anything printed to print is valid because these are print error, right? So any one of these starting with whisper print timings is fine. We can look for the first one. We don't care about the last one. So recent result is that. Sure. If... Now hold on. Here's something I want to check. Right, our print command here is going to print all of them, no matter what. But we can do args here just to verify. Are they coming across as one single string, or is that different? I'm expecting it to be actually an array of 2, so we can look at R0 and see if it's exactly something, right? So maybe for print error, we could check for exactly the first argument being, you know, whisper print timings. No, but it is just a single array, giant string that we just need to split apart, which is a bit of a bummer. Ooh. So eventually we may want to try and figure out another LLM we could bring in that would actually take the string we generate here and add, like, formatting, right? Like punctuation. That might be the next move right there. But that's a later thing. It is so crazy to me that there was just like a minor flaw in either our worker or the main JS we had. That is so crazy to me, actually. But it works. We're good. We get the output. So let's keep going. Let's keep hacking. Hey, Cody. I got a question for you. Given a string that looks like this, what would a regex that removes the bracketed section look? Right, do it nice and quick. I want to see if, you know, Cody or ChatGPT or any of this stuff actually give us what we want in the right way. can you do it for JS? Right, and we basically know for a fact that it's going to begin our string as well, which means we can add one more character to look for the start of the string. Right, is that just like the caret? It is caret? All right, just want to double check. Cool. So I think we're good. Now, I don't necessarily want to do the replace just yet. We want to do a match, probably. So I felt like I didn't do that well on the third interview, which was a cross-team collaboration thing. I felt like I kind of like messed that one up, but I feel like my strength of the interview beforehand carried me through, like, you know, that less than ideal situation. Especially because it's only for an IC2 role, which isn't a senior role, it's like just above entry level. So basically, I thought I messed up, but I ended up getting an email about moving forward with the final steps. So there's one more interview to chat with someone, most likely someone from leadership, I would guess, just to make sure that, you know, I match the organization in some way. And then basically I would expect an offer at some point after that. So yeah, pumped on that. I also have a follow-up for the dev advocate role that I had an interview on Wednesday for as well, or Tuesday for as well. We'll see. I mean, it's still possible to mess it up. We'll see if they try and lowball me on salary or something. They were transparent about, like, the expected salary, so I think we're good. I'm gonna have to double check that now. Oof. Yeah. Hold on, let me double check. I might have totally forgotten. I might be thinking of a different role. I don't remember what the range is for this one. But yeah, the dev advocate one is interesting too. Because it would involve a lot more like being able to work right here on stream. And that sounds way better, doesn't it? But yeah, they are very transparent about salary range, I think. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. So the target for this role is, yeah, totally fine. It's like such a small cut from the previous role I had that I'm totally fine with it. One of the other offers I had is a larger cut from the previous salary I had. And I'd like to not take a step back in salary. I'll take a step down in, you know, like title. But yeah, stepping down in salary is really not ideal. But yeah, so I'm pretty pumped. The dev advocate thing sounds really interesting, though. Like, really interesting. So I wanna see that one through as well. The dev advocate thing is about like the Solana ecosystem. So I gotta really like learn up on Solana, right? Like the crypto. And I forget who was in here in chat talking about some of that Solana stuff. It was out of the blue the last time they asked about it, but I would happily discuss it with them now, because now I need to, like, know about it. So, that was my bad. I forget who it was. They were a long-time regular here, which is why I didn't automatically assume they were just some, like, crypto shell. And I didn't realize that the time that they had asked about it was basically lined up with when there was a massive, like, jump in value for Solana. So that's why they were probably bringing it up. But yeah, anyway, pretty happy about some of these rolls. I stayed up till like 3 a.m. yesterday looking at a bunch of open source companies that might have rolls. So I have an entire like browser window worth of tabs of companies that I could apply for, but I think we're already kind of at like the stages where these two companies are like right up there. Oh, did I? Yeah, I didn't say how many, but a fair amount. I'm allowed to, okay? Rules for thee, not for me. If anyone's unaware, he's talking about tabs. I said it again. But yeah, great progress. Really happy about it. I think I would make a pretty good DevRel, especially if they would consider like dev tools, not just like application building, as part of like the DevRel process. I don't remember that reference. That's not when Roy is trying to be a bastard, right? On IT Crowd. Just a lonely loner walking down a lonely road. Right? I don't think it's that scene. I don't remember Pee-wee's Big Adventure. That's it. That's right. Yeah, that's a movie I never watched that much of. That's the one where he's looking for his bike, though, right? My bike! Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, that wasn't a good... I don't know if it was spot on. If I spent some more time watching it, like, yeah, I think it would be good. It was as close as I could get based on memory. But I am more, like, when doing impressions, I'm more of, like, a mimic than actually, like, an impressionist. I need to have, like, a reference, and then once I have the reference, I can, like, you know, continue it a bit. But then I gotta hear the reference again, because I start to drift. It's very much like that scene from Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I don't know if you've ever watched the show. There's an episode on the show in which they need to figure out where Captain Holt went. Right? Like, let's trace his path, see what happened. Well, all right, you got to get into his head. All right, I can do this. Right? And he has, like, a trigger word that, like, gets him into, like, the Captain Holt, like, character, the visage. Peralta, that's enough! I'm walking. Right? And he's just, like, you know, he does, like, a pretty good, spot-on Captain Holt impression. But his, like, his reference material is Captain Holt yelling at him. Which sounds about right. It's a really good scene. As he starts drifting, it's like, oh, hold up. He's like, yeah, hold on. Peralta, that's enough. Like, yeah, it's super good. Oh, the whole eating a marshmallow? I forgot that scene. I'd have to rewatch that one. No, I'm talking about the one where he gets mugged. I'm walking. Yes, that's a good episode. They're all really good. Yeah, it's an awesome show. It's like extremely formulaic, but that works for a sitcom, you know? I think the A plot, B plot stuff is actually perfect. Yeah, and also just like, you know, you're not expecting it to like blow your mind as far as like episode structure and multi-season arcs and stuff, you know? It's a sitcom. It's a sitcom, you know? There may be like a single season arc, but no sitcom writer thinks more than a season at a time. It just doesn't happen. Most of the time, they're not even sure they're going to get another season. Heroes, I'm looking at you. All right, so what we want to do here, right, args, we know it's actually just a single arg. Message. Oh, not message. It is bracket regex. Empty string. All right, so here's something as well. We don't need the microphone yet, so we don't need ngrok up, which is perfect. So we can get rid of the ngrok thing. We can go back to our local host implementation. We shouldn't need to recreate any of this. All right, so we've definitely got a flaw in how long-lived our data is here. Like, it keeps getting wiped, and that just won't work at all. But that's a different problem than what we're dealing with right now. What? Okay, that works. What? Why? How is... I don't care. Doesn't matter. Not a problem. That is so weird to me. That is so weird to me. All right, so we're gonna print args in the print error as well. And I would assume that they're just sending a single message through. But I want to verify that, just to be sure. Yep, it's just an array of strings. We check if it starts with whisper timings. Let's do a Cody thing again. Why not? Yep, pretty easy. Just make sure it starts with that. And we would do a replacement of it just the same. But really, we just need to do a test, right? So test would be better than match in my other code too. Actually, hold up. Yeah, let me just grab that right there. All right, so this would be emit event result array, and then reset result array. Let's do this just once too. All right, so we got to think about how we do this eventing system. This part's easy. So recent result is just equal to that, and we reset it. For that part, it's window.emit event. We don't want to add event listener, we just want to dispatch event. That's it. Whisper result. I think we're good with that. So from here, then, inside of snippet, I almost want to create like a processing overlay or something. Yeah, we're doing this in a bit of a naive way. I'd love to refactor some of it later. Let's clean up a bit of what we got, though. I don't think we end up needing to await this because it returns immediately. Let's create a use effect at the top here. And this always just establishes the listener. Function listener is that. We're not using it yet. Window.add event listener. Whisper result listener. How many args does that take? Is it just the function? No. Yeah, it's the string. So inside of this function, e.detail, I guess we'll just do e, right? So result event. We'll do that for now. Let me just double check over here a bit. Yep, good to go. Let's double check Twitter. Nothing new. Sweet. Ooh, we do see Jacob MG Evans starting up his Code and Life if if we get this to a really good spot, we could go join in over there. We should be able to just get this log and see result event in there, right? So if we clear that, do this. We're not going to see what we expected out of that because it's concatenating everything. What? What? All right, so two things. Number one, this. Why is that getting concatenated like that? Why is that suddenly concatenating things? Yep, no good. What did we do just recently that actually caused this to start concatenating the result? That is so weird to me. Why? I've got a crazy idea. Yeah. My version of a rage walk is probably to call this a problem for tomorrow. And let's go hop into Jacob's Twitter space. Dude, the main JS issue, I would call it egregious, Mr. Egregious. Right? That is such a one step over the line kind of problem. Like, oh my God, how dare they? Right? But yeah, this is especially cursed as well. New domain didn't help. What if we just try a different model? Nope. Oh my god, dude, why? This is so cursed. Alright, so I'm gonna leave it up to chat. Do we keep banging our head against the wall on this one? Or do we leave this as a problem for tomorrow, Chris? Thoughts? Or, plans? Keep hacking at it? Or join Jacob's space and chat. Nah, we'll just say join Jacob's space. It does seem like a problem for me. Yeah, I mean, we've basically been trying to figure out these bugs since we finished the news crawl, right? This message concatenation thing is brand new, though. Like, I have no idea how this happened. No clue. So, I'm looking for y'all to help me vote on this. Do a refresh of your chat if you don't see the poll. I'm going to go use the restroom. Just give me a sec. BRB. Alright, and I'm back. Alright, so at least 3 people think joining Jacob's space would be a valid use of time. I'm down with that. Anyone else have a preference? Just let me know. I'm gonna pour another lemonade real quick. I am so massively confused by this. We got one person who wants us to keep hacking at it. Okay, okay. With 60 people here, I assume that means 15 want us to keep doing it. I don't have any thoughts currently about how we would go about troubleshooting this now. I actually have a thought. Yeah, I know, Dalen. Like, man, this one is tough. How your brain feels? That's how my brain feels. Yeah, right? That's how everyone's brain should feel after this. Like, I don't think there's a single person that understands why this is happening right now. Especially when it wasn't happening. There's not a single human being in here that totally gets what's going on right now. What up, Tazdy? So, we made some really good progress. We figured out why things were kind of broken for us. Yeah, exactly. Mr. Egregious. Like, that should have just been an event that we listened for or whatever, and that's it. Like, why would it go out to the print? That is so weird. But it makes a little bit of sense when you think about the fact that what we're seeing is modeled after a CLI tool, right? It's modeled after the output from a CLI tool. The existing Whisper.cpp originally was written for the command line. And everything on the command line is event-based, but string-based. And not all of the audio of the result gets spit out at the same time. It's actually, like, done piecemeal. So in the future, we may end up hacking on Whisper.cpp to make it compile to how we want it to work. That is definitely not a problem for today. But, yeah, I mean, we at least got it working. That main JS earlier was cursed. For some reason, it just didn't work. But it works now, and we get it spun up, and we get the result we're looking for, and that's kind of cool. But man, not ideal. That's for sure. Ooh, so here's a big reason for that, Mr. Egregious. With a different model, right? With the base model that we have now, the base model gives us one continuous chunk rather than individual chunks. So I want to see one more thing. Even with the file being local, it takes this long to download the entire, like, gigabyte-sized file. I just want to see how the output changes. But yeah, we're going to go hop over into Jacob's space, which means we're going to pause the music here for now. Ooh, yeah, so the gigabyte-sized file does not process very quickly.
Get better training out there, make it far more accessible, make it far better to learn and understand like what you're doing, and all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm like in the
Yeah.
middle of like doing like huge docks overhauls right now, and
It sounds
still,
like you're climbing up the mountain in a moment, dude.
Oh, we're like I'm muted,
still
right?
doing
How many miles
Discord,
are you on?
Okay, I
still
haven't
doing
haven't
Discord
spoken yet.
support stuff while doing
Are you
that.
still walking?
Wait, what the hell happened there?
Are you still out when you walk?
Yeah, I'm walking right now. I'm talking
No.
about work. What I was
Oh
doing.
God!
I was
Oh
doing-
God! Oh, okay. Mac Mini is cursed at the moment. This is a totally separate issue.
Yeah, we have to overhaul.
We're gonna have to
some
reboot the Mac
of
Mini
docks right
anyway.
now. And then, on top of that, there's just like a this massive shit ton of
Yeah.
support
The Mac
stuff
Mini
that's
needs to be
coming in.
rebooted now.
There was like
For some reason, like I just need to
besides
update.
the massive amount of
I need to
docks
update.
overhaul. that we
Maybe
have
I
to
do that tomorrow morning.
I mean overhaul. I mean like rewriting entire fucking docs pages and shit right now. Besides all that, we.
But yeah, so I think we're at a good stopping point for tomorrow.
Apparently, Yahoo, Google.
So let's go listen to what's going on. We're listening.
Do emails and shit. So that's affecting emails with Clerk. Like when we do like the you do like the
Yahoo.
Clerk invitations.
Wait, did you just say Yahoo?
Yeah, they're still.
Yahoo!
You could act as just as genuine as you want about it. They still exist.
Oh, dude, that was a. Wow, man. Today's really been a nostalgia trip.
Yep, people still use Yahoo, especially old people. They
It's
love that
actually
email.
super popular in Japan.
Yeah, it's also true. It's very popular in Asia. I don't know why.
They just stuck with it.
Yeah, dude.
It's because Yahoo auctions are huge over there too.
Well, that's 3 miles. I'm walking back to my house now. Griffin.
Howdy. I wanted to chime in on the Yahoo thing. Their fantasy football is actually better than the official NFL one too.
Nice. Yahoo.
I actually did that Yahoo on my stream just a little bit ago, just because you guys mentioned it.
Nice. How I view that email stuff though is like, yeah, they're doing it to improve email security. So like, I get it. It's just like a lot of stuff piling on this week.
Yeah, there's some actually like really good Yahoo
At
accounts
work.
for sure. Like things to use
So
it
like
for.
we basically we have to like make sure that like the Clerk invitations feature still works properly as expected, because that like that sends an email. Usually people just are not setting up their DMARC correctly, so that's usually what that is.
You alright,
Yep.
dude?
Am I?
Yeah, that was.
I just sat down.
Alright, okay, sorry. I got you. I thought you just
Yeah.
fell or something, man.
Yeah, I
That's what
fell
sitting
into
down
this
sounds like
chair.
when
Yeah. Walking 3 miles. Sit down. I'm gonna take my shoes off right now. The patio is nice and cold. Let's get to. There we go. Yeah, that's nice. I'm sitting outside. What is this? What is the temperature right now? Hold on. I'm sitting outside with my shoes off. It is 40. Oh no, it's 39 degrees. Just chilling in my shoes, my feet out.
So what's that, 11, 12 degrees?
That is, yeah, that's like, you're getting close to 0 degrees.
Oh.
Yeah, I'd take 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 19 degrees where I'm at right now. It's getting cold.
Which is very much below 0 degrees Celsius, Fuzzy.
Right, okay. We're just trying to figure out Fahrenheit, man. Good ass people.
Yeah, 32 degrees is freezing water is the best way to remember it as like a a nice
Yeah, I
little
was trying to
choke point.
remember what I was trying to remember, was it 35 or 37,000 miles left?
Yeah, it's 32. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, that's why they call me Fuzzy.
Yep. um, but yeah. So doing a big docks overhaul, which I did not contribute a lot to. I did a lot of um dealing with Discord stuff. Um, man, I really need to do more dock stuff. Like it's just Roy and Alexis, just like they're just they do stuff so fast. It's hard for me to like. Hey, I'm gonna do
Oh
this.
yeah.
They're like, I already did it. I'm like, God damn it.
See, when docks, the velocity of docks is just like really quick. It's best to stand back, dude. That's what I did. I just ended up helping out in support squads in Astro. Like I was like Sarah and Chris were just, and Dan, the three of them were just ripping through the older iterations of the Astro docs so quick. And not only that, the
Yeah.
community as well. Jesus, like the community project. Was it Jeffrey or Reese that said that they're currently working on the Astro docs? Because props to you if you are.
No.
I was working on Astrodocs.
I'm
Oh, good
also
work, Bob. I
I'm
appreciate
also
that.
I'm also doing the
Thank you.
PR reviews to make sure that those are going in for those changes on the docs. So that's I
Mm.
guess at least helpful. And then
But yeah, that's
and then
that's the mention.
and then on top of that, like we're gonna have to like restructure how the docs are done, like essentially how they're served up on the domain, um, because we want to preserve the old docs as well. So
With
we're gonna cut
the
like multiple branches and shit. What's up?
with the docs, I was wondering, do you guys have anything in place that's like checking the like making sure that the examples that you guys have still compile and like linking features to specific docs, that sort of thing?
Not yet.
That was something I was thinking about recently with docs. Is it would be like two parts, right? One is
Mm-hmm.
if you have a code example, this wouldn't work for every code example, but if it's a short code example, uh, having it just as like a TypeScript file in, let's say TypeScript also, having it just as like a TypeScript file that you then read in, and when you
Yeah.
build your docs, you also build that TypeScript file.
Okay. Okay. Is that you, Reese?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. First off, fuck you because I also have been thinking about stuff like that.
Okay.
Okay. The fact that we came to very similar conclusions is just that's fucking great. Um, I previously had thought like um, that you should
I
have
agree with them for
the
sure.
same the code examples in the docs should come from uh, like say if you have like starters or templates and stuff,
Yep.
those should all have the code from your docs, uh, i.e., you should be using they should be essentially the same.
Yep.
And if that's the case, you should just be pulling the permalink from uh, like essentially reading, like you said, reading in those code snippets, and then you can run tests on that code, unit tests, integration tests, and then
Yeah,
tests, all
exactly.
that happy horse shit. And then you know that shit's working. And anytime that code changes, it updates automatically in the docs.
I feel like there's a but coming, or is it?
No,
Okay.
But there is also
Um,
something already there, right? It's a Remark plugin. It's called Expressive Code, right?
no,
Um,
no. I know what you're talking about. No, that's not what I'm talking about. No.
no, but it does that. You could pull from a source file and read the source file for you.
oh, interesting. I think it's
Mm,
more along the lines of just like so that was the first part, is like making sure that your code actually compiles, which it's tough to know whether that's worth the complexity that it brings in. But I think one of the things that really puts people off, at least for me when I'm evaluating something, is when the code examples don't work. Like that's a
yeah,
big frustration point.
yeah,
And with docs, they're kind of a write once, revisit it eventually thing. Uh, at least how I've seen it. The other thing was more of like a abstract concept.
Mhm.
where,
I wanted to
like,
jump in.
for example, with Answer Overflow, if I'm directing people to click on a button, the button name is a constant in the code. So I just use the same like constant for the docs as I do the menu. And so then when you get direct, if that changes, it keeps those in sync. Um, and so kind of having a way to link code to docs, where it's like, hey, this docs file depends on this file, and if this file changes, then you should maybe take a look at the docs also.
I don't think I fully got that one, but I
Oh,
what would be
I like the idea.
I think the last part kind of sums it up a bit better. Where if you have a docs file, right?
Yeah.
And if the git diff include, let's say that I've got sign-in modal, right? So the clerk sign-in modal.
Okay.
And I have a clerk docs page that's like, hey, here's how you customize.
I have a really good thought about how this works for, like, what about
When you
screenshots
make a
in the
pull
end?
request, if you have modified the sign-in modal file, then it adds on to your pull request like a little comment that's like, hey, you modified this file, make sure you report.
Check out the Astro Docs repo.
Oh, do they do that?
They've got webhooks for that kind of stuff. Or yeah.
Nice.
So it's like whenever there's changes made to core, right? Now, I mean, it's like honestly, well, now the process is significantly evolved, right? However, that is already set up. So whenever there's like changes made to core, before those changes get done, there's a docs PR ready to go with it, right?
Okay.
That is just embedded in part of the workflow. So it's like um, that was early door Sarah kicking ass, like. But yeah, so there's like check out the Astrodocs project. I know a lot of the effort that was put into the Astrodocs core, right, project repo was like kind of like lifted out and put into the Astro Starlight project. So that was like so it could be open
Okay.
sourced. So again, two places for prior art if you were looking for stuff like that. Again, do check out the because it's like based on what you've described, Reese. Right, there's a couple of components out there. If you were to like mash them together, I think you're almost like 80% there,
You know what?
for sure.
Because it's also since it's 2024, you could take in the git diff, take in the existing docs, throw it into a prompt, and
What's
be
up,
like, hey, what's
Catfish? How's it
changed?
going?
And
Ah.
generate the new doc file.
We are lurking a Twitter space right now. We're hanging out. How you
Nice.
doing?
I like that.
I'm going to chime in real quick.
LLMs are actually pretty good at that kind of reduction.
Yeah, exactly.
I think along the similar lines, if you had like a software as a service where you have screenshots of like, you know, documentation of what people need to do and where things are, those get out of date really quickly.
Oh,
So
yeah.
having like an automated tool that goes through when you do your build of your docs and it actually like crawls to the application and does a screenshot would be huge. That type of
really,
automation.
I feel like you could make the argument that you just shouldn't be doing screenshots from the beginning.
Yeah.
Sentry, I think it's Sentry's docs does this well, where your auth state persists to the docs, so you can sign into the docs, and then all of the code examples have your actual like project name in them. And it's the same thing where it's like if you have a docs page about how to disable a webhook, it should just show you should be able to because like if you think about the user flow, right? They've found that page from a Google search or from searching your docs. You shouldn't have to then redirect them back to the dashboard and like hunt around to find it. The only reason they found it through your documentation and not like on your dashboard is because it has the surrounding like context words that you can search to. And so you should just make it so you can just like configure those settings from that page as well. Which is more work, but also nice.
Yeah, I was gonna see if I could.
He's not wrong.
Real quick. Thanks for having me up, Jacob. You mentioned something, and I just started like listening to the space, but you basically mentioned something that's having like docs sourced from like starters.
Yeah, I don't think
examples.
screenshots are that bad.
That was a really successful thing. amplify authenticator docs that like
I think automating screenshots is easier than embedding the application into your docs.
I guess like example-driven kind of.
Especially if you're trying to make them offline.
So all of the end-to-end tests were basically standalone, examples. Like here's
right, and in many cases, offline docs are incredibly useful.
Other kind of crazy stuff because like AWS Cognito backends are like stupid complicated.
What is wedding soup?
More complicated whenever you get into like the crazy auth flows.
But yeah, how you doing, Salty Catfish? Sorry, I wanted to chime in about that. I still think screenshots are valid in docs though.
Showing the UI and where do we redirect them?
Because it's a good happy medium between like making your docs an actual application.
Behavioral tests and stuff like that. But anyway, that was like a source of truth because they didn't have any definition of like how the product was actually supposed to formally work before I set all that stuff up. So we just took all those tests.
Yeah. I'm wondering what is wedding soup though. I'm gonna have to Google that. Huh?
And remark plugins to just like reference the files and we went from using screenshots to just showing like live code since it is a web authenticator component, and that worked out like super well. So there's nice. A success story for kind of like leaning into the work you're already doing and letting like the docs kind of be a byproduct of that.
Yeah, I think Turbo Repo does that really well as well. At least last year when I was setting up my Turbo Repo, there was so many examples to go from that it wasn't so much that they had great docs, which I think the docs was very good, but it was really the examples that were super valuable. There was so many, like I needed a TSUP project and a storybook project and a Prisma project, and I just found everything I needed from that.
Yep. Yeah, they do have a lot of fucking examples.
Yep.
But I think we kind of speaking into a broader scope, right, of a discussion we had back in Astroland, of docs being treated as a first-class citizen and a product in itself. It is.
It looks good.
It speaks more about how the project treats and treats certain aspects of their project, of their projects and how they will like interact with their customers. If you don't have good docs, you don't have customers. That's in the tech game, like full stop. But it's like there is a lot of innovation waiting to happen in the doc space for sure.
I mean, I think there's a lot of innovation, but in terms of, it's one of those things where I wonder how much funding you can get to it. Because that's a big aspect of it, is all of this would be super cool, but actually getting companies to adopt it is going to be a big challenge.
The thing is, right, it's like companies are willing to pay other companies to outsource their documentation liabilities, right? And for those who are looking for a startup idea, that is something that you could easily pursue tomorrow. For sure, it's how they take that burden of responsibility on and that maintenance and that liability on. They can outsource it, they can do it internally, they can actually take it seriously, or they can just do it, like you say, ad hoc whenever they want to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I've thought about this whole, like, even back at Cloudflare, I was pushing for like this so Wrangler has a shit ton of end-to-end tests, right? And all of those end-to-end tests are basically just like different code examples using different Cloudflare features in different ways with Wrangler, right? And so like when you think about that, it's like, okay, we're end-to-end testing not just Wrangler, but we're end-to-end testing a bunch of these like durable objects and KV and all this shit. And it's like there's so many code examples in the Cloudflare docs that are just out of date. But these fucking end-to-end tests are constantly being updated because Wrangler is constantly being updated, and therefore those tests need to pass, and therefore people are fucking making sure they pass. And so it's like, why don't we just use these code examples in the documentation? And boy, did I get all the pushback. it was like
That's
a
unfortunate.
full NFL lineup of linemen just pushing back. So that never happened. That never happened. Yep.
That would have
Yep.
been beneficial as well because there's a lot of people I've spoken to, right, who've like tried Wrangler. When I was like, "Oh, you've tried Wrangler? Can you know?" It's like I'm interested to hear your thoughts on it, and they say great tech, difficult to use, and difficult to get back.
I mean, Sunil
You know,
started
that in
so
respect,
bad back
in
then.
respect, you know, yeah, in respect. I mean, when was the last time I actually talked to somebody about it?
I think the big difference in what
to be
they're all
clear,
talking
there's plenty
about
of
is they're
examples. I
focusing
mean,
on like
I just
dev
I like to
tools
call out, like,
documentation
that
and like
as
CLI
bad
tool
as
documentation.
some of the situations are with it now,
But
like,
that's not the only docs
comparing
out
it
there,
to its fucking
right?
predecessor, it was like that
And
thing was written
right,
in Rust.
I may not get a chance to actually chime
and
in
they
about
did
what
not
I'm
handle, they
talking
didn't
about
handle
for this.
authentication well.
What
They
I'm
did not
talking about
handle
is
keeping the server up
if you
well.
have a dashboard,
So you
consider
would end up,
Datadog,
the
right?
server
And you
would
try and
crash, like,
embed
every, like,
the thing that
5
the
to 8
user
minutes.
could do
Like,
for
as
the
you're
thing they were
developing,
looking for, and their
it would just
Google
crash.
search landed them on that docs page
And
for
you're just
exactly
like,
what they
okay,
wanted
you
to do.
restart it, and
If
then
you
you just
embed
start
that within that
reloading, and then
page,
8 minutes
that
later,
becomes the
crash.
place that they
You gotta
go to
restart it.
do
So
that
that's,
thing,
that was
Memory efficiency.
right?
That
And that's a
you know,
terrible idea because then
check
you're
is right
duplicating your
there.
entire UI. And when you make a
It
change
actually
one
wasn't a
place, you have
bug.
to make a
So what
change in
happened
another
was,
place. And that massively harms things.
a session token.
I think that's like a
that
really
you have
bad
to
idea.
get from.
So it's more about like once the
from
complexity of
the
your
remote,
dashboard is high enough, embedding parts of the
it's kinda
dashboard in your
it's a
documentation is a really bad
edge.
idea.
It's like not quite the actual edge.
So I
but-
think what
but
they're getting at is the difference
using
between
the
dev tools
infrastructure,
docs
it's hard to explain, but
and user docs.
you're basically when you were connecting to your worker with Wrangler back in the day, there was no.
And
Like,
I think that's an
local
important
node like there is
distinction.
now.
User
It's just
docs
always hitting this like quasi edge.
kind of need
And
screenshots.
That session.
That's just
had
it,
to be
right? Like
refreshed
they're user docs. They're not
every
dev
about,
docs.
Get it? 8
There's a
to
big
10
difference.
minutes.
But they're still just as necessary.
And so it was literally just the token expiring, and so the server would crash.
Oh,
Yep.
oh wow.
Good times. Good times. And in the background with Wrangler now, when you do connect a remote, which you don't really need to do that anymore because they have the mini flare 2 with like the Cloudflare D, the Edge runtime. So, but if you do, what is actually happening is there's a WebSocket that is actually being created, and that WebSocket is just kept alive, and every 8 minutes or so it goes and requests a new token for you and then replaces it, and that's happening in the background.
Can I ask, just logging on like one of those things that you could by all means shoot me down on, but I suppose you're an idiot for suggesting it. But if you know it happens every 8 minutes, why do you have a long-lived connection that's doing feck all for 8 minutes until it's retrieving a token? Can you not just pull for it?
No, that's what
Or
it
is that
does
what
now.
was happening? Right. Okay.
Yeah. Right. So the WebSocket is there because you wanted to have a live connection with your worker to the remote edge.
Ah, right.
Right.
Because
your worker code is, since you're running it locally, is running. It's running on your computer, but you want it to. You want that code to be running against that edge, right? So instead of running it on your computer like it does now with MiniFlare 2 with Worker D, what's happening is with the remote connection, it was essentially sending your code up to this edge, right? It was just like shooting this shit up to the edge on that connection, and then you were sending requests and stuff to it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just redrew that in my head. I got you. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of fuckery, man. Especially with the remote connection. It's a lot of fuckery. Yeah. The whole thing, and all of this also means that when you're running Wrangler, you're actually running a WebSocket server. When you're running Wrangler in remote mode, you're actually running a WebSocket server in the background. It's just a node server. So if you like open up your processes, it's like there's just like a bunch of node processes running. You're just like, what are all these? And it's like, that's your worker.
Why is my mouse not moving all of a sudden?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The whole like Miniflare Cloudflare D combination that it has now is like fucking phenomenally better. It also something people didn't realize was like even though you were quote unquote in dev mode with Wrangler remote, that was actually using your actual like requests. Like it was hitting the edge.
So it's making
Usually through
production requests while in development.
yeah through
Oh, okay.
through the no it wasn't going to production, but it was hitting the Cloudflare like it was hitting your domain on Cloudflare. Like it was still
Right, got you.
it was still using worker requests.
Interesting,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, I was like, is there a way to like determine which requests are from like a remote worker or which are? And they're like, kind of. I'm like, like I don't want to get billed because I fucking did some stupid for loop in my or some fucking recursive bullshit in my development environment, and it's like, yeah, but it's development environment's hitting the actual edge, so or edge-ish. It's not actually the edge. It was, oh man, I hated that.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna paste this link over and make just a comment over in the thread.
Basically, where the fuck did my quota go? All right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, good times. It's
So
a lot.
how long
lot
do you
of
reckon
stuff.
it's going to take before you actually like have all the Cloudflare like trauma removed from yourself?
Trauma. I personally, there like Cloudflare wasn't a bad place to work. First off, it was the first place that I'd worked at for more than a year. I was there for 3 years.
I love that.
2 of them which were on the workers team. I specifically call out the fact that I would have stayed if Clerk didn't give me such a great opportunity. Like it was basically like one of those like they gave me an offer I couldn't refuse, you know? Like it was there was also a little bit of a upward mobility issue for me at Cloudflare. And I just didn't want to be there for 5+ years before they finally were just like, okay, now you can get promoted. It's like,
Oh, it's one of those, right? Okay.
yeah, I
Right, so let me speak out loud about what I mean with this,
very,
right?
like,
But let me
their
just type it
titles
out
are
so I can think
weird,
about
and
it.
they have very high standards, and so like I was a quote unquote systems engineer, which they consider like a senior anywhere else. And I'm like, yeah, but you're not calling me a senior, so that affects my career, if you like it or not.
No, that's not true. Very fucking true. No, I mean it's like Clerk is actually one of those organizations that are really exciting to look at, like from afar. So hats off to you for being there.
Thank you. Yeah, I also
All right, so basically here's the gist. I think part of what I was meaning to reference comes down to the difference between dev docs and user docs. Right, hold on.
turned around and it's like it had a very long face. I'm like, that's not a cat.
Right? Regarding updating screenshots, right? I could not imagine having interactive config inside the Datadog docs for dashboards. It seems like just double maintenance effort at that point. So Datadog being able to update the screenshots at build time by crawling the actual app would mean that design changes and other updates show through into the screenshots immediately on every update to the docs. I want to make a tool for that, but it seems like it would be a tough sell based on our discussion.
It is a common animal here.
You live down in Wimbledon.
Was that?
It's an old raccoon TV show from like BBC. Like it used to be like
BBC. Yeah, I totally watched BBC way back in the day.
Foreign services.
Yeah, I specifically go look for old raccoon shows on the BBC, so I totally know what you're talking about.
It was an animated show.
He's being sarcastic.
Anyways, nope, we're moving on.
Right,
so
the Wombles at Wembley Lane, that was it.
That's
Sorry.
not moving on. That's not moving on, Fuzzy. That is digging deeper. All right. So yeah. As I was saying though, the big thing with the mobility and whatnot, that certainly had an effect on it. But as for like the people I worked with and the stuff I was working on, like 90% of the time I was good. Like it was, there's 10% where there's some bullshit, but that's anywhere with anything. So I just like to tell people, like, to emphasize, like, I didn't leave Cloudflare because it was a bad place. Every other place I've left was because it was not good, right? The first startup I was at was like a few people, and we were struggling to stay afloat. The next company I worked at was Capgemini, which is a consulting, it is a multi-international consulting agency, which is, I'm pretty sure, directly working for Satan.
Standard.
Is that the international name for Deloitte?
Yeah.
Sorry, bad joke.
So Capgemini, there's like a few of them too. Like there's like, what are the other ones that I ran into a lot when I was in that world?
Had to chime in with that one, didn't I? I had to.
No,
Come
I'm
on.
on all of them right now. Not Compass. There was another one. What was that? Like, I think Compass is one though. That is another consulting agency, a big one. What was the one that was another big one at Discover? Anyways, all of these consultant agencies are absolutely evil. Oh, Cognizant. That was the other one. Cognizant.
So we had Compass, Discovery, and Cognizant.
No, Capgemini. Where'd you get Discovery?
Did you not say Discovery?
Nobody said Discovery. Anyways,
he did say the word Discover.
Absolutely, like, these are all evil companies.
Like, I heard it
all
too.
All of them are just like exploitative labor.
Ooh, that burnt. Is he drinking too? I think he's drinking too.
And it's like various ways that they do it. Like, some of them are exploitative labor by going to like third world countries and paying people pennies on the dollar for their expertise, and other ones are exploitative labor because they have like a team of 5 people doing the job of like 50. Like it is absolutely fucking insane. That was absolutely awful. Also because first off, found out as I was leaving that all of Discover Management, like the Discover Card Company, all of Discover Management,
that was the Discovery thing.
I was like, why didn't you say something sooner? They're like, you can't go. You're like, you're great. Like, we can't hire you because of non-compete agreements. But fuck. I'm like, you should have said something sooner. But the thing is like, when you work at those consultant agencies on-prem at a client, the client, so like Discover in this instance was like, all consultants cannot use the gym. They can't use this. They can't use that. They can't come to events. Blah blah blah. Right. So like as much as possible, they alienate you. And then your company, because you're on premise all the time, you never see your company and you never see your leadership or whatnot. You only see the coworkers that you work with on prem, and so you have a complete disconnect from your own company that's paying, and they're also paying you peanuts in comparison to like what they're getting paid for you. It's absolutely batshit insane. When I found out how much they were getting paid per like head, I was like, "You're all
It
fucking."
sounds like you were working for an agency,
Huh?
an outsourcing agency.
I just told you who I was working for. Capgemini.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's a consultant agency, a multi-international consultant agency.
That's but the way
I
that
could like
you just
I could
described
DM
your labor,
I could DM
right,
all
was
that to you.
more like no, no, I appreciate that, but the way you just described your day-to-day labor was more like you were outsourced through an agency.
Yep.
That is
That's
what a
literally.
consultant agency
Yeah.
do. Yeah, that's what they do.
So real quick, just for everyone else out there listening who may not be aware of like at least US-based contractor laws, companies cannot treat contractors as employees. Otherwise, they are on the hook for the taxes and all of the liability that comes with employees. And that the reason why they hired a contractor so they didn't have to deal with that stuff.
They could
I appreciate
they
the
could
context.
they could take that and they could shove that very far up their ass. We should at least be able to go to events.
Again, it comes down to the state labor board wherever they're incorporated and all that stuff, and it gets really tough and tricky. And yeah,
bullshit. No, like for a long time they were letting consultants use the gym. They had to let us use the cafeteria, otherwise I think they wouldn't have let us.
Sure.
At Microsoft,
But
contractors
they were
can't.
letting us use the gym, and they were letting people go to the events, but apparently like a handful of people were just being fuck ups, and they would spend too much time at the gym, or they would abuse their ability to go to these events, and so they just banned all consultants from them.
I mean, how long ago was this too? I'm curious about that.
2000, I don't know, 17 probably, 18.
Okay, that's a while back. I know Microsoft at least has had a major like
old,
rule.
Chris, I swear to God.
No, I'm sorry.
That was a few years ago.
No, that's fine. That's not. No, that's not as far back as what I was talking about, though. Right. So that's all I'm saying. Back at least 10 plus years ago, Microsoft got hit with a major lawsuit because of how they were treating contractors, etc. And now at Microsoft, you can't go to the cafeteria. You can't do any of that stuff as a contractor. So most large corporations who care about their like legal fees and all that stuff really have to like push back on what contractors can actually do.
Because I mean, I've been a contractor remote for a couple of US companies, right? And I had to say it's like some of the contracts that they sent me, I was like, you know what? I'll just sign it because I just want to do this kind of work, right? But yeah, it was definitely sketchy to the point where I'm like,
exactly, Acid Spark. You're totally right. Microsoft got hit by that at around like I want to say like 2009 or 10, something like that. Maybe even a little earlier, but it is sometime in the 2000s that they got actually like a major lawsuit filed against them by the U.S. government, I believe.
Yeah. So I left there to go.
It's a major thing. It could have possibly been by the state of Washington. I don't remember. But yes, the way they were treating contractors, right? It's why they have a new law, or not law, but rule in Microsoft that you can't be a contractor for more than 18 months straight.
As I left too, I fixed.
You have a cap at 18 months, and boom, they got to let you take time off. And it's something like 6 months between 18 months.
And right before I left, like I spent an entire week just working on those things and nothing else. They were just like, "Can you do this stuff?" Nope.
Because they were treating contractors like employees, and that's basically a way of getting around taxes.
Right before I left,
it's basically tax evasion.
Like, so many of the devs just like went to their tech leads. They were like, "This is so much better," blah blah, and I just was able to like just kind of like give like the biggest smug fucking like
I
was
only know
also
about it because
as
my
far
mom was a
as the door
contractor
as possible.
for Microsoft at the time through some company. I don't remember.
So, yeah. So as soon as I went to J.P. Morgan and Chase was the next place I went to, and boy, that was a year of absolute hell. My direct supervisor was supposed to be our tech lead, acted like he was the project lead, and they let him act like that, so he kept doing it. And because of that, our team didn't technically have a tech lead, and I decided to pick up that role even without the title. And unfortunately, that meant all the responsibility with none of the actual like authority and fucking and pay. So that was great. The On top of that, he was also extremely abusive. He would yell at people all the time.
God, that sounds like a terrible boss.
Top of his, like we're talking like yelling at somebody. Thing was is like
no, that makes sense. Acid Spark, like the 18-month thing was, you know,
yelling,
after the 90s anyway.
Most people.
So yeah, not even close. Not even the same thing.
I didn't. I would just yell back at him, and people were just like,
"Yeah, I think the 18-month rule."
Like, no, because he would also get in trouble.
Yep.
So
I feel like that must have been like 2008.
He could yell at me in the office with like 50 other witnesses, and then I will yell back at him, and then everybody's gonna be like, "Wow, yeah, Jacob just."
I'd have to double check with my mom. She would remember better.
I don't.
Maybe.
She's
getting old.
That, and then
I think she's
it
like
went
70
from, like,
plus.
we had a greenfield project to we had a greenfield project and a brownfield project that was
being, exactly. Contract to hire is a valid thing, especially if you're an independent contractor. It's really easy to hire you. If you're working through an agency, there's often like a clause in the agency contract to hire people that do well. Otherwise, you run into like non-compete BS. Technically, that's how I left a previous agency. I was at the agency, but the client they were working for, or like I was working with, basically as an embedded engineer for the most part. I didn't have to go into the office, but basically, there was an existing agreement with that company from before they had decided that they weren't going to be a placement agency anymore. Right? They used to like, you know, place people and get like a cut, right? Like a bounty for hires. They actually had that contract still in place because they never decided to renegotiate. And it turns out that the boss of like the team I was on at a company knew that clause was still there, and he was totally like within his rights to hire me out from under the company.
Technology, dude.
And it was worth it to me just salary wise.
Which also my favorite part.
So yeah, pretty interesting.
The main dashboard application that all of this got rendered on was a Angular app that used iframes, which is why they shot down my original single SPA idea. Used iframes.
Yeah, attempt to hire, exactly, right? So there was definitely some clause in the contract that fully allowed that, right? Yeah.
Not the runtime of the Docker files that literally had like the actual
that makes a lot of sense.
On it, like
that was actually extremely common, and most agencies nowadays want to keep people internally that maybe they're not paying enough, but hey, you can't go to that client.
Instead of just like
I've had multiple clients actually try and hire me from that agency. The one that I went to after was the only one that had the clause that allowed it.
What kind of
Otherwise, I might have been in some legal hot water.
Did you ever just ask them like, what's the like? Look at the benefits of what I'm doing, and let's compare the benefits of what you're doing, and like have an objective way forward.
Like I said, there was a lot of yelling in that office.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Can I just ask, right? It's like, what is your take on Angular code? Because I'm having to look at a lot of it. Do you know how you just what you've just described there, right? Is very fucking familiar to me right now. So
yeah, I don't.
We've got a number of brownfields. We've got a couple of greenfields. Yeah.
I don't particularly have a problem with Angular. And in this case, Angular wasn't the problem either. There was the brownfield that I was talking about was also an Angular app that had like started the other part of like this dashboard. So it was like a customer service dashboard. Our team was supposed to work on this very specific section, and we were doing it in React. And this other team was doing it in Angular, and that's why we started doing this micro front end. then they ended up fucking up so bad that like they had to start rewriting everything in React. And then the legacy part of it was there was a legacy customer service application that was going to be put into this new customer service dashboard, and it was written in Ember.js. So none of this was actually Angular's fault. It was just like somebody decided that they wanted to like have some serious job security. So
I'm making myself a black
Docker.
box here.
Bruh, I can't even express how complicated it got, how fast. Like there was, for the micro front ends to communicate to each other, I had suggested we used window events, right? Mm-hmm. They ended up using something called a spider mesh from Kubernetes.
I heard of this. I know this because I've spent the last half of the last year working in Kubernetes, like swimming in Kubernetes. Still don't understand shit what's going on there.
It was just basically like an internal network between these Docker containers, which again, I remind you, weren't the ones actually being ran on the Angular app because they were grabbing the static JavaScript file. It's no different. Like what they were doing was no different to if you went into your browser right now, pretend your browser is that Docker file, or that Docker container. Sorry, and the app is literally running in there. You could go grab that app right now from that Docker container, whatever its fucking URL is. You could go grab that Docker container and just fucking put it on an iframe as your source, and it would just show that Docker container's runtime, which has your fucking app running on it. It's no different than like basically like showing your that app, that web app, on a browser. So what they were doing was equivalent to going into your browser, going into your developer tools, going to sources, and grabbing that JavaScript file, and then grabbing that and putting it into.
So hold on. I'm muted there. Cool.
To run that.
Service mesh is very different from a spider mesh. Maybe he meant them to equal each other. I don't know what a spider mesh is. I understand what a service mesh is.
Wait, you gotta remember it's 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
For me, like that's just like, that's your head fuck.
So when you ask how is my trauma with
okay, so maybe he meant service mesh. I heard him say spider mesh.
How am I?
Which I think is actually wrong. It's just a service mesh.
Later from Capgemini, and like
that's not bad.
4 years later from JP Morgan Chase, they can still go fuck themselves thoroughly. That's how I'm doing that. But yeah. That was bad, man. Capgemini. Sunil also was working at Capgemini at the same, or not Capgemini, JP Morgan Chase at the same time as me, and we both, when we were working at Cloudflare, just constantly made jokes about how terrible it was. We're just like reminiscing, like, oh yeah, you remember this? He's just like, bro, that's a company wide thing. Yeah, because he was working on like the more like.
So I mean, what he also mentioned as the fix using window events is a hack too. But window events and somehow like proxying it via post message to iframes does work. It's just. Yeah, I mean, if you're using iframes for a micro front end approach, you've already failed. You've already lost.
Like when he told me the things that he was trying to get done, I was just like, dude,
it's been like 3, maybe 4 years now, but I've been banned from someone's chat before, someone that was another streamer, because I kept commenting on how bad.
It's cold, and
oh, sorry, I think they're about to end.
I'm gonna probably go eat something as well.
But yeah, like I was banned for commenting on like why iframes are a bad idea for all that.
That's why I've been quiet, just eating.
Just eating. All right. Well, everybody, have a great weekend. I guess stay safe if you're in a place that has a cold snap coming.
You love iframes, really, Anthony?
Yep. Yep. You too. Bye.
Bye.
Peace and love, troops.
All right. So yeah, that was a good session. That was fun. Appreciate the fact that he lets me join. Hash tables. I mean, MLPX. This is not really a like a help stream. My guess is you just need to understand why it needs a hashing algorithm. But yeah, man, like this is not a help stream. No, I don't care. Sorry, you're not gonna get me to do it. Like, no. Here's the big thing. If you think this is a hard problem, you're not even close, man. You're not even close. If you think this is one of the hard problems, you're screwed when it comes to an actual hard problem. Lemonade, okay? And I'm sorry, yeah, my bad. I meant to reply to your message. I didn't see it until the next morning, and then I've just been forgetting ever since. So I'm sorry about that. But yes, I'm terrible at the banjo. So yeah, but I like to play it, so it's fun. But yeah, we are definitely not going to be doing a bunch of like teaching DSA stuff. Here's your biggest thing though, MLPX. Your hashing algorithm really determines the performance and memory heuristics of your hash table. I'm not going to give you tips on the implementation details, but understanding why your hashing algorithm is important, that's the main gist. The better your hashing algorithm, the more it extends per like key into the array of items for it, versus if your key is very specific, you'll only have one item for it. And that just basically determines like the memory space and how long your lookups are. So if you're worried about your lookup runtime, then you're going to have a more specific hashing algorithm. If you're worried about the memory space of it, you're going to have a less specific hashing algorithm. Things like that. So, yes, understanding when and why you actually want collisions is an important aspect of understanding the hash table itself. You want collisions in a hash table, in like a traditional hash table. The whole point of the structure is to have collisions, right? But understanding why you're looking for collisions or trying to avoid them, that is maybe something worth understanding. I don't think it helps you for your test, though, right? Instead, you just need to practice the algorithm. Head on over to LeetCode. I bet there is a search you could do for hash table practice problems. I bet you could find a bunch of those. Yeah, exactly. MLPX. It's a filter in interviews specifically for a filter's sake. So at that point, recognizing that, do you actually need to know how to create your own hash table, or do you just need to create like a key value store, right? Key value store is probably fine in most of your implementations ever, right? Sure, Blarg, but a perfect hash function has trade-offs, and that's what we're talking about. No. So technically, MLPX, a perfect hash function, would have no collisions, right? Depending, like, again, the term perfect is meaningless in this context because you still need to understand why you don't want collisions or not, right? A key value store is a hash table with no collisions, basically, right? For sure. Yeah, we get it, Blarg. We're not looking for a spam of this thing. But the big point is that sometimes, based upon how your data is sharded, you actually want collisions because each key can be on a separate like instance. So you can actually shard and distribute your hash table based upon collisions. So collisions are actually intended in many cases. That's the big thing there. So your link, like, sure, it's possible, but that's besides the point. Looking for a perfect hash function is meaningless if you don't understand why you're doing the hashing. Right? A key value store is a one-to-one hash table. But that's terrible for distributed purposes, for spreading across multiple systems, multiple nodes within a cluster, things like that. Being able to load balance, etc. All these things need some form of collisions to make sure that they go out to where you want them to go. Do you want to spin up a new server for every new connection? Hell no. That's why you use a hashing algorithm that will have collisions, but you want it to be evenly distributed. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, a lot of YouTube videos lack the practical usage of why you want a collision. In some cases, you absolutely want to have collisions because you want to route them to different nodes within your cluster, right? Different things within your load balancer system. So if you're trying to do load balancing without doing a round robin and keeping just like a counter, having a hash function that has collisions is the way you do that. Never seen a perfect hash function used on dynamic data? I mean, I have, Blarg. Again, it's called a key value store. Literally, it's a key value store. Redis is a hash function where you're basically just passing it the string you want the hash table to do the lookup by. That's it. No big deal. No problem. So a key value store where one key maps to one value is a perfect hash function. But that is a very minimal use case. And at that point, Redis, when it goes into cluster mode, ends up doing the hash table stuff for you based upon the keys that you're setting. No. So you're still misunderstanding there, Blarg. Within a single node, doing a key value store, it is. Isn't it? That key maps to one value. That's a perfect hash function. Because you don't even need a function in that case. It's just a value. But it's still like that key is that one value. Now, the time that becomes different is when you start clustering Redis. But by default, Redis wants to handle clusters without you having to think about it. So they don't use a perfect hash function. But a naive version of Redis would. A naive version of Redis that doesn't care about clustering could easily just use a perfect hash function, which is just a single unique value. Right? I'm not saying Redis does that right now. I'm saying think about how it works. They could, or you could write your own version of Redis that's just an in-memory key value store, writing to an object in which the keys are set. Is the underlying thing different? Maybe, but the way you're using it, who cares? It's basically a perfect hash function. And you're done. When you're writing a lookup table in JavaScript code to prevent having to loop over the entire data set, under the hood, they're probably using some hashing algorithm to make the lookup better. But as far as what you're doing and the runtime of your logic, it is a perfect hash function. Because it's just a single unique value. So at that point, it really comes down to how are you thinking about the problem, and where is like your separation of concerns? The underlying implementation doesn't matter towards your top level implementation. Yes, JavaScript is not doing a one-to-one lookup under the hood. No. Blarg, you're missing my point. Your implementation at the top level in a JavaScript, component that needs to do fast lookups of a value when it renders out something to the page, that is a perfect hash function because it's using a unique value, right? What JavaScript is doing under the hood doesn't matter here, right? Because that's a separation of your concerns. As far as your concerns are, you treat it as a perfect hash function because it's just not even a hash, it's a unique value. As long as you have unique values to do lookups by, a one-to-one lookup table is a perfectly hashed table, right? So I think maybe you're trying to be too broad and trying to look past where these concerns matter. It is. If I don't have to do any manipulation of the data I am storing values by, such as, right, I create an object here, const foo equals that, and I need to store some stuff, right, like, for, right, and I'm going to start pseudocoding, for items, right, less than 1,000, like, I don't know, this is bad code, right, for I less than 1,000, insert, foo I equals that, right? That right there, foo here, for us as consumers and for our actual runtime, it is one-to-one. It is constant. And it's a perfect thing because they are unique values for each one of these. If I have 1,000 objects and they all have unique IDs, and I'm doing a lookup of those IDs within this object, that is a perfect hash function. Because I don't need to manipulate the value because I know the values are unique. Or not the values, sorry, the key that we're doing the lookup by. So the runtime of that lookup is one-to-one. It's n of 1. What you're talking about is under the hood, the way JavaScript may or may not implement this is it will probably end up creating some type of hash table anyway. But how many values is it going to have per lookup? Probably not that many. Most likely 0 until your data set is large enough. Or it's not 0, but 1. So I think instead, concentrate on us as consumers, not how the underlying implementation works. Because we don't need to predict how the just-in-time compiler is going to do stuff. That's not worth our time. A perfect hash function is a thing that uses a unique value for a key. Unique meaning there's only ever one. That's totally fine. Now, I don't know what you linked to with the perfect hash function, but you're most likely being way too pedantic about what you mean by perfect hash function. It's a one-to-one lookup. That's it. If your value is already unique, you don't need a hash function technically. All right, let's get some more music going. At least for the moment. Oh, that's a bit loud, sorry. Alright, I do have to use the restroom. We're already at 7 p.m., so I'm going to think about what we want to do after this. The bug we got is brutal. So yeah, let me use the restroom, because it's hard to think when you got to use the restroom. So, BRB, 1 second. Can't hurt you, you use binary? Alright. Technically, we all do. Maybe not directly. And maybe that's what you do. I never said you would do that with an array. I said you would do that with an object. I never said you would do that with an array. I don't know what you're talking about there now, Blard. I just pointed out what we're talking about. If I is unique, it's a one-to-one lookup. If your variable length string is unique, it's a one-to-one lookup. If you want to do some magic on top of that, you probably can. But that becomes harder when your strings might be John Smith. Take it easy, Chad. Like, nah, man. I'll time you out for any other BS like that. When people are having an actual conversation, taking the piss out of it is not a good idea. Here's the thing, Blarg. You're talking about under the hood. Under the hood is not up to us at all. No matter what, though, if we wanted, bar, boo, bar, baz. If the string is unique, it's one-to-one. What up, Cotter? How you doing? This is a one-to-one lookup. Yeah, right, Anthony? Hungry, thinking of ordering pizza? Sounds about right. Nice. But can we just recognize Blarg might be trolling us? That's my current guess. I think Blarg might be trolling us. If you have a unique value, the value itself is already perfectly hashed. How do you dispute that statement? Because that's all I've been saying. If you have a unique value where there's only ever one, it's already perfectly hashed. What up, Nas the Goat? How you doing? It's not. If you have a unique value that you know is only ever that value, it's already perfectly hashed. It's true. It's absolutely true. If you know for a fact that the value is unique, you don't need a perfect hash function. It's already perfectly hashed. I'm curious. You say it's simply wrong, but you don't explain how. And again, I think you're just trolling us. Yeah, we're chilling. Working for work? Yeah, no worries. Yeah, how's everyone else doing? I have no idea how we fix the bug that we got right now. It is actually really interesting. At least make sure that we have this stored in brain while we go play games and eat some food. Change specific text size? What do you mean by that? Like, absolutely. Yeah, you can do anything you want. You're talking about in the browser? Yeah, you can totally do it. How you do it, that's up to you. You need better, like, specifics to actually, like, think about it specifically. Now, so, Vite, we're not going to dig into that. Anthony Hsu is trolling you. We're not going to talk about PS3 firmware. I'm not doing that whatsoever. I'm sorry. No, we're not doing it. I'm not going to entertain a conversation about it whatsoever. Yeah, Anthony, did you see what you've done? I'm sorry, my friend's a bit slow. The town's back that way. Anthony, you know that quote, right? I feel like you're close enough to as old as I am. You've seen the movie. Again, Blarg, I'm talking about for the runtime of what we are doing in our logic. I don't care about how the JavaScript engine decides to do things under the hood. No matter what, if you have a unique value, you have a one-to-one lookup. That is the entire goal of the perfect hash function. It's a one-to-one lookup. Just because JavaScript isn't doing it under the hood doesn't matter. You could write a really naive implementation of JavaScript that does do that. You could absolutely do so. If you want to write your own JavaScript engine, you can do that. Caring about how the JavaScript engine works under the hood, meaningless. Stop caring. Give up on it. Move on. And I'm going to not entertain any more questions or comments from you about this because you are focusing on the wrong things and I think you're trolling us. No, I'm talking about what we can do in userland. Userland is very different from the underlying implementation details, and you can't predict the underlying implementation details. You can't do that. The just-in-time compiler is smarter and more unpredictable than human beings even. You are trying to shift the goalposts of the conversation we're having, and it seems like trolling. No, but the just-in-time compiler is definitely smarter than all of us. And totally redeem yourself. Yeah. Oh, one of my favorite quotes is, huh, so this is the Rockies. Man, that John Denver was full of shit. Yeah, damn right, Heather. Nailed it. Man, that John Denver. Again, Blarg, I just already informed you. It's not like you're even listening anymore. I don't care about this any further than you're trying to take it. At all. If you continue down this, you will be timed out and possibly banned. Because I just don't care. I believe you're just trolling us. I have already admitted that under the hood, different things happen. I don't care, dude. Get it? Or move on. Up to you. But this is your last warning, man. As a point of reference for everyone wondering about the just-in-time compiler, look at what we have here. We have two implementations of filling an array with empty values to map over them to get the index to do whatever. And this is something that you might actually do in some React code if you want to do something 10 times, 100 times, whatever, and print them out into the DOM to do something, right? Maybe printing out a 2D grid, things like that. This is definitely something that you might end up doing at some point. The gist is, people that cling to caring about how the top level code looks and works, rather than waiting until we can actually benchmark these things and profile these things, people that would prematurely optimize this code would say this top level is way too slow. Because we're creating the array, then we're filling it, then we're mapping over it. Oh my god, it's so slow. Whereas instead we could just do array.from and then map over it once, and obviously that'll be faster, right? Right? The answer is no. Wrong. Depending on how our browser decides to behave. Because these are micro optimizations and they don't matter. But when someone jumps in and code reviews you for it, it would be worth understanding and profiling and recognizing if you're even on the hot path. So, boom! Oh my god, 6% faster to do the fill and then the map over this array that was arbitrarily sized, instead of just doing array.from and then mapping over. Now keep in mind that array.from has a function you could pass as the second argument. It doesn't actually change it at all. Let's double check. Let's add a second one. Let's do that one. Hey, there we go. Let's try this. Do we think the second arg map function is going to be faster? I would hope not, because that would be super weird, wouldn't it? But again, trying to predict the just-in-time compiler is an effort in futility. Trying to care or wonder about what it's doing under the hood is an effort in futility. Look at how much faster it is, though. Like, whoa! 2 million operations per second versus 200K. Whoa! Yep, but if you care about performance, you probably shouldn't use it. But even then, go ahead and use it, because you shouldn't care about performance until you identify a bottleneck. That's the number one thing. That's what we're getting at. Premature optimization and separating your concerns from the underlying implementation. You know what's actually going to change too? Whether we run this in Firefox or not. Whether we run it in Safari or not. None of these things are ever like truly knowable, because the browser implementations change all of it for us. So let's check it in Firefox. Let's see. I don't know. Let's have some fun with it. Yeah, it's fine. I'm just having fun. I'm glad you're back on Twitch, man. I'd love to see you stream again. Now that they allow multi-streaming, you could stream to Twitter, you could stream to YouTube, all at the same time. Could be worth it for a bunch of your awesome turbo repo stuff. Yeah. Oh man, I took like 4 or 5 days off in a row to go to React Summit, and I was like itching. I was itching by the end of that, man. I don't think I had bed bugs. Ooh, hold on. So here's something interesting. In Firefox, the map function as the second argument is massively slower than just mapping afterwards. What? Hold up. I would not have thought that whatsoever. That's almost insane. Like, what? Why? But again, you cannot predict the just-in-time compiler. That's the magic of it. Just let it do its thing, identify a bottleneck when you can, and move on. Let's try it in Safari. Why not? Oops, hold on. Why did that not autocomplete? Hello? What? Did my keyboard die? Oh, yeah. I need to reboot my Mac Mini at some point. Yeah, a bunch of services died. All right, so where's Safari in this case? I probably hid it because I never actually want to use it. Here it is. Well, now you have there, Hot Sizzle. Ooh, Anthony. Dude, I just want to say, you've been killing it with the Turbo Repo, like, docs and your custom, like, microsite and everything. Like, man, like, really cool. Yeah. Like, as much as I'd love to see a stream, your Vercel arc is really awesome. Like, really good content. Just killing it. I even applied to Vercel. I saw someone from Vercel, like, look at my LinkedIn and stuff. They never got back to me. They didn't even do me the courtesy of sending me a denial. Right? Like, yeah, you didn't make it. Try again next time. They didn't even do me the courtesy of doing that. Just ghosted. Maybe they're still thinking about it. All right, Safari, come on. What's the deal? It's just sitting there bouncing. Oh, I guess y'all can't see it. It's just over there on the right. Ah, yeah. No, you can't see it. That's a shame. It's still bouncing. I can do a force quit and try and restart it. Nah, ignore. Will it blend? Oh, wait. Oh, man. I was going to say, like, you know how cursed we are? We didn't even have a top bar for a second. Do any of these buttons actually work? Oh, they do. Okay. Yeah, my Mac Mini is crying, I'm pretty sure. Oh, Postbird's dying. Oh, that's fun. What up, Standard? How you doing? I suggest you let that one marinate a bit. Are you about to yell at me about Canada Gooses? I personally think people from LA should shut the hell up about tacos. It's just fish steak or carnitas wrapped in a tortilla. How hard could it be? He actually says cornitas, and it's even better. There you go, Anthony. Exactly. Yeah. I'd suggest you let that one marinate. Canada Gooses are majestic. Dude, it's such a good show. I can't believe Warren Buffering doesn't like it. I think it just hits too close to home, which means he was obviously one of the skids. Right? Obviously. The show is Letterkenny. Yeah, exactly. I think he needs to up his hygiene game. Yeah, LA people should also shut the hell up about hiking. What? Oh yeah, hiking this, hiking that, Runyon Canyon. Right? Just an asshole's word for walking. I wasn't born yesterday. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, have a good night, man. Good to see you. Yeah, for sure. Every year, I go through MLB The Show. I create a franchise mode. I absolutely create you as a pitcher. For sure. Next year, I might make you a knuckleballer. Right? If you just switched hands, you could have been a left-handed knuckleballer, right? You could have kept going. I'm kidding. Yeah. Have a good one. See you soon. For everyone who doesn't get the references and jokes, Anthony Hsu actually used to play pro baseball. I believe AAA, maybe AA? I don't remember which. But yeah, you search his name, you'll see his smiling face. Yeah, my Safari is dead. I think we're at the point where my Mac Mini is... It's on the picket line. It is requiring, like, a refresh. It is seizing the means of production. Right? Like, look at it this way. Do you see a top bar up here? Nah, man. I see a spinning beach ball. So yeah, my Mac Mini, I just need to actually, like, power it off. So I'll end up having to do that tonight. So we should probably figure out someone to go raid. We had a good, fun discussion here for the last little bit. But yeah, we should figure out what we do from here. Damn, thank y'all for lurking over on the YouTube. 41 views at an average viewer duration of 32 minutes. That is 20 plus watch hours in the bag. Thank y'all so much. We will jump back into Orderly and trying to figure out why our logging is concatenating rather than just doing the new thing. It didn't do that the whole time. I'm gonna hope it's just related to the bug that we have with Mac OS right now. And once I do a reboot, it'll work totally fine, no big deal. Unlikely, but possible. Krail, it depends. You enjoy solving puzzles. If you enjoy solving puzzles, then absolutely. Every single programming problem is its own little puzzle. So, people on YouTube, I'm going to bid you adieu. I will be going on to gaming stream right after this. I don't know what game I'm going to play. I'd like to play a game with a group, with other people. If there's anyone that wants to play some League, I'm in. If there's anyone that wants to play Madden, I'm in. I think anyone on Xbox, if you have Xbox Game Pass, you should be able to get Madden for free at this point. I don't know for sure. But yeah. Really happy. I'm going to have to spend at least a portion of this weekend learning about Solana. Oh, and yeah, let me do the link for everyone before I bid everyone adieu. Yeah. Like, here on Twitch, we're going to take some time to, like, go find someone to raid, and we got, like, 30 seconds. But let me at least, like... Oh. Can someone else do exclamation point gaming? Because, yeah... I can't even type into my Firefox now. At all. Like, at all. Rust stuff? Oh, so, Owen, what you're getting at is a lot of Solana code uses Rust under the hood. I may not need to worry about or do Rust myself. Instead, this would be about building tools and applications that use the Solana blockchain. And I wouldn't necessarily need to do that from Rust. I could do that from JavaScript. There is tooling for doing so, right? Identifying the gaps and languages in which we could do that stuff would be interesting. But for the most part, I need to understand and learn, you know, how is Solana made and, you know, a bunch of stuff. Anyone that considers themselves an expert we can take some time anytime between now and Wednesday to talk about it. Because I got an interview on Wednesday in which they're going to really ask about my knowledge of the ecosystem. So that could be fun. So yeah, please, someone did Griffing and Chill. Bam, there you go. So yeah, William, that is the link right there to the gaming channel. Let me paste this over to YouTube for some other people. No, that's fine, Owen. I think even more so than that, like, have you looked at trying to build a decentralized app using Solana as the underlying blockchain? If so, what libraries and other tools were available to you? Like, things like that, maybe you do know. You don't need to know, like, the underlying, how it was built. Instead, we need to focus on how to build things that build upon it instead. So yeah, people over on YouTube, there's that link for my gaming channel. I will be over there. I'll take just a little bit of time to cook some eggs and, you know, not let these croissants go to waste. So yeah, we'll watch some show. I don't have my kitchen camera set up right now because I had to pilfer the SD card for snowboarding stuff, which I still didn't even get to do because the highway was closed, which is annoying. But yeah, so YouTube, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. Cheers.